On our fearless.
Remember when?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for all coming out today. Today is going to be filled with a lot, but at the very beginning, I just want to prepare everybody who's come here that we are going to be doing a recognition for our late board member Dale Berman. So I ask for your respect during that time. It's a very special time for all of us when we still are quite reeling from the loss of a very good man. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. I hear that clock is slightly fast, so I will call it at 9:45. Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Ellen? Arroyo? Bates?
Bates here.
Doherty?
Doherty here.
Garcia?
Garcia here.
Wright?
Right here.
Gums?
Gums here.
Iqbal?
Iqbal present.
Chuby? Here. Caius? Leonard?
Leonard here.
Lewis? Lewis here. Linder?
Linder here.
Molina?
Molina present.
Hennessis? Roth?
Roth here.
Sanchez? Strathman?
Strathman here.
Surgis? Tarver?
Tarver's here.
Tepe? Williams?
Here.
Young?
Here.
Madam Chair, you're here. You have a quorum.
And Miss Allen just walked into the room.
There she is.
Okay, so Mr. Arroyo and Mr. Sanchez are not here. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Doherty and Mr. Iqbal. Mr. Iqbal, are you not feeling well or are you working?
No, Iqbal's right over there.
Sorry, sir. Good.
Miss Juby, hope he's feeling well. You hope he's feeling well.
So, Mr. Doherty, do we allow Mr. Doherty to come in, please?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you all. Mr. Young, it's your turn to do the Pledge of Allegiance as well as the invocation.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The invocation, sir.
Eternal Father, you alone grant us every blessing in heaven and on earth through the redemptive mission of your divine Son, Jesus Christ, and by the working of the Holy Spirit. For the Kane County Board and the citizens that came to support it, we pray for truth, wisdom, discernment, and understanding. Jesus said that the two greatest commandments are: 1, love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. 2, love your neighbor as yourself. And he said that all the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments. A resolution passed by both houses of Congress declared today, October 14th, 2025, as a day of remembrance for Charlie Kirk. Today would have been his 32nd birthday. Charlie was a man of God. He believed that meeting in person and discussing ideas was the best form of communication. One of Charlie's favorite Bible passages was Ephesians 5:25, which reads, "Husbands, love your wives, just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her." We ask God for humility and peace for this meeting. Amen.
Yeah.
May I please have a motion and a second to approve the September 9th, 2025 minutes?
Madam Chair, this is Caius. I would ask for unanimous consent for the approval of the minutes from September 9th, 2025.
Unanimous consent is given. I
Fine.
see. Yes, okay, very good, wonderful. So now I'd like to present just a small remembrance of Dale. And then we're going to have color guard who has graciously offered to present a flag to the family of Mr. Berman. So I'd like to begin. As we look at the flowers in the legend. All right, in 2020, in the midst of a pandemic, Dale Berman joined me and other Kane County board members to begin our work on the board. As we began working together in a world turned upside down, order gradually took shape, transformed into healing, and politics evolved into compassion. Dale was a mayor, a volunteer, an incredible father, and a devoted husband, and an experienced public servant. He was selected as chair of the Finance Committee and also served as vice chair of the Development Committee, as well as on administration, transportation, land cash, liquor, riverboat, and stormwater committees. He served actively even during his illness with his laptop at his side, listening and reviewing the issues brought forward to the board. Dale was a true moderate, seeking the right answer to complex issues, not just an expedient or political one. In a polarized world, his voice often served as a bridge, fostering dialogue, understanding, and compromise. He brought a balanced perspective to difficult challenges and worked to unite a sometimes divided board. As a moderate, he valued the integrity of democracy by listening to diverse voices and seeking solutions that benefited the citizens of Kane. While Dale's leadership may be considered old school, his influence reminds us that progress often requires patience, empathy, and a willingness to find common ground. Embracing moderation doesn't mean lacking conviction. It means exercising power responsibly to create inclusive and sustainable change. William Shakespeare wrote, "My endeavors have ever come too short of my desires, yet they are filled with my abilities." This morning, let us honor a man who served Kane County to the best of his ability, who asked for nothing more than unity and understanding among his colleagues. To quote Dale himself, "Life is good." And with that, would we please have the color guard? Please stand, everybody. Please be seated. I would like to now bring up Matt Hansen. Representative Hansen has known Dale Berman for a very long period of time and would like to say a few words. Matt?
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair, and former colleagues and current board members. It's nice to see you again. I saw a lot of you this past weekend at Dale Berman Services, so thank you for rearranging the schedule a little bit. We are due back in Springfield at 1 o'clock this afternoon to do the people's work there, so we won't hold up your work here. In these difficult times for the incredibly large and beautiful Berman family, it's okay to shed a tear right now, but also to start to celebrate the incredible life he lived. And that's exactly why this is the first thing and most important thing I'll do all day today. Anyone that had the chance to be a part of his tender 91 years on our earth here was able to glean something from him and glean something from your huge family and all the love that you share. Everyone knows Dale. And I know that because I've knocked on a lot of doors. I've spoken to a lot of people within our community, within my district, in the area, and everyone knows Dale. And that could have been his role as a part of your huge family. It could have been as a civic leader. It could have been as the funniest guy they know. It could have been as a park district commissioner. Probably the single most important person, in my opinion, for what North Aurora is today. It could be his work here on the county board, but independent of where someone met Dale or how they're influenced by Dale, everyone has a great story. Everyone has a laugh and a chuckle. And even if they didn't agree with Dale on all things, Commissioner Dale, and President Dale, all things Dale, they always had respect for him and how he carried himself and how he governed. And that's an important thing to think about when we're in these buildings. And that there's more than just building work going on, but there's real governance going on. It's not always political. And he was always able to discern between the two and make sure that the right thing to do was to govern with his heart and his head. And it was actually at the beautiful services this weekend that someone talked about the 4 H's, and they nailed it. And so I'm not going to redo that speech. They talked about Dale and his humor, his humility, his heart, and his honor. And the only time I'm not going to listen to Dale is right now, because he'd be laughing right now saying he doesn't want any of this. He's laughing at us right now saying this is such a waste of your time, and just go back and do your work, and I'm fine, and I miss you and you miss me. But his humor and humility gave levity to all of the most difficult situations and decisions that you make here as you govern, and all the ones that I wasn't a part of prior to meeting Dale. Levity goes a long ways as we it's really okay to poke fun at yourselves and make sure that you realize that this, whatever you're working on, and it's budget season, so I know life stinks for all of you. It stinks for us too. It will work itself out. There was always heart in everything that he governed and what the decisions he made. And it's easy to say that people do, but that's what makes what you do and what I do and what he did in his time in public service so difficult, is that if you are only managing with your head, if you're only governing with your heart, you're probably going to make mistakes. The balance is very difficult. And the priorities that you're going to make in your budget and your governance and your leadership ain't easy. And he somehow found a way to do it in different levels over and over and over again. The village of North Aurora that I love so much, that's a part of my district and part of our county and part of our region. People still think in Chicago, like, you mean the north side of Aurora? No, it's the village of, and they go there once, either for the river, for some event, or just happen to be passing through, or the Woodmans or the car dealerships. Like, that place is awesome. Yeah, you're right. And Dale's name and the Berman name is all over it, and for good reason. The honor he took, even though he was a funny man with a real handshake and real laugh, he took real pride and honor in all the roles that he had, either appointed or elected. And no matter what contributions some of us think we've made in life, I quipped to someone over the weekend that if I did 10% of what Dale's done in his life in governance and leadership, I'd live a full life. So I already miss Dale. I know he's already pissed off because we're doing more than he would want us to do. And I also know that he's got to be completely relieved that he's not the star of the show because just a few days later, Sister Jean Schmidt passed away. And so now he's not the most famous person up there right now. So finally, someone can take the pressure off of him. He can sit back, relax, grab a Coors Light, and have a good time. So I'm extremely sorry for your loss, but I'm also grateful to have him as a part of my life and being able to, that one of the incredible honors just having him say, what do you think? What do you know about this? You're asking me? I mean, you've done this your entire life. And you want my opinion on things? Such an honor. So it's wonderful to see the family here. I see other colleagues from elected leadership here and here. There's other folks that just can't be here today to also have immense respect for Dale, the work that he did, and the work that you do too. So thank you for letting me be part of your meeting. I know it's a working meeting, so Godspeed and blessings to everything that's in front of you. And I'm going to hit the road and hopefully you'll return the same wishes for me because we've got some things to work on in Springfield. So thank you again, Madam Chair, for rearranging the meeting today to put this at the front end of things. And I know that I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Matt. So appreciate it. And Godspeed to you and to work in Springfield. All right. Mary and the Berman family, you are welcome to stay and listen to the work of the county. I'd like to take a moment to have your picture taken with the flag, if that would be appropriate. If anybody is here from I think the color guard has left. But if you could have the final picture here, that would be grateful. And anybody who'd like to join me on that, please.
Frank's going to stand up and do a photo.
Madam Chair, before you guys leave that, can we get up and do a funny one? For Dale, if everybody on the board would stand up and do a funny one, he would greatly appreciate that.
You leave us already?
All right, and so begins a new beginning. We're blessed today with many things, with friendship, with memories, with good spirit and camaraderie. But we're also blessed with an overabundance of public speakers. We have approximately 20 to 25 speakers today, which I think taxes the work of the board. So I'm going to make sure that we limit the public's comment to 30 minutes because we have much work to do today. I extend my appreciation for all of those speakers who have come today. I know that you've taken time out of your busy schedule to be here. I wish we did have more time. You are welcome to send all of your comments if your name is not called to us, and we will make sure that we include that in the minutes of this particular meeting, of our meeting. We appreciate hearing your words. And of course, we have meetings all starting up again tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. So you're welcome to come back and give your public comment at any time that would be convenient for you until the next board meeting, which happens next November 10th. So to begin, I'd like to bring up Becky Pundy. Becky? Pundy, Pundy. Is Becky here? Is Becky downstairs? All right, Becky is supposed to be here. I'll put that aside. And if Becky hears me, she can come up to speak, or she can get herself queued up downstairs. Kate Montaloni? Kate?
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I'm Kate Monteleone, a 22-year resident of St. Charles, and I've been attending these meetings live and online, mostly to get information, to understand the working of the board. And I haven't previously felt the need to address this board, but that changed on September 12th. I ask you to understand that it is offensive for any elected representative of the community to use a public meeting as a platform for a bigoted, defamatory attack on constituent neighbors. It is conduct beneath the dignity of the offices you hold. And I'm calling on this board today to publicly affirm the Illinois Human Rights Act, which expressly protects individuals from discrimination based on sexual orientation, gender identity, nation of origin, citizenship status, and more. Bigotry like that on display is a dog whistle for discrimination. And that is why this board needs to take a public stand to uphold human rights and assert that all people are valued and will be respected throughout Kane County. Thank you for your time.
All right, I believe that Becky is in the room. There she is. Pundy, Pundy.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson, members of the board, and community partners. My name's Becky Pundy, and I serve as the director of the Come Alive Institute at Alive Centers for Teens.
Becky, could you get closer to your microphone, please?
Sure. This is the growth and expansion division of the teen centers. According to an annual report and the 2024 Illinois Youth Survey, the data for Kane County is concerning. 34% of 10th graders reported feeling sad or hopeless for 2 weeks in a row. 30% of 12th graders felt the same. And sadly, 11% of 10th graders have seriously considered suicide. We are facing a youth mental health crisis unlike anything we've seen before. But there is hope, and there is a solution. For more than a decade, Alive Teen Centers has created free, inclusive, teen-led spaces where young people connect, lead, and belong. We currently operate in Naperville, Aurora, and Hanover Park, with new centers coming soon in Oswego and the Hinsdale Willowbrook Corner. In 2024, Alive Centers officially became a social franchise, allowing us to help other communities open their own independently run teen centers while using our proven sustainable model. At its core, The Alive Centers are a preventative mental health solution, building on protective factors that keep teens healthy and engaged. These include safe spaces, caring mentors, positive activities, and drug and alcohol-free environments. When teens have safe spaces, purpose, leadership opportunities, and trusted adults in their lives, they are less likely to turn to gangs, drugs, or violence. Our proven model gives them a sense of belonging and direction that so many are searching for in unsafe spaces. We believe in going upstream to address challenges early before more youth reach the point of crisis or turn towards destructive paths. We would like to help bring more Alive Teen Centers to Kane County. Our Aurora Center, located inside New England Congregational Church, has been successful in addressing mental health and community challenges. We ask now if you know of any specific churches, local municipalities, libraries, or organizations that might partner with us, because we are ready to help. Together, we can give Kane County teens hope, connection, and a true sense of belonging. This will help us also create a safer, stronger community for all. Thank you for your time and commitment to our youth.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I do have a handout.
Thank you. Time
Okay.
is up.
Oh,
Thank
I
you.
do have a handout. It's like a little,
We can, we'll have the handout. Give it to Ms. Mann. Oh, thank you. Handout suggests that, 12th graders, 30% of 12th graders are considering suicide and 11% of 10th graders are also considering it. Our children, God bless them. God bless our kids. All right. Sharon Wright? Sharon? All right, very good. Thank you. Bruce, I'm sure you're the same? Okay, good. Ed Mundy?
Good morning, Madam Chair and County Board members. My name is Ed Munt, and I live in St. Charles. Back at the September 2025 board meeting, I spoke about the amount of vitriol that I had witnessed at previous meetings. Today, I want to address the amount of hate that I'm continuing to see displayed in our beautiful county. The meaning of hate is an intense and enduring emotion of extreme hostility, aversion, or anger, often rooted in fear, prejudice, or a sense of injury. When my wife and I were raising our boys, we never allowed them to use the word hate. We told them that it was a very strong word and that they may really dislike someone or be unhappy with them, but that hate had no place in their hearts. That concept was reinforced in school, sports, scouts, and church. I myself had to stop and check my emotions when I say that I hate someone or something, because what I am really feeling is fear, anger, or unhappiness. I am saddened by the amount of hate that is being displayed in our country, state, and even this county. When citizens and our government accept hate as the new way, they are no longer part of the solution, but instead part of the cause of our disputes. History shows us what has happened when everyday people have turned a blind eye to obvious hate. Pastor Martin Niemöller said it best. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. This poem was written in Germany after the defeat of Nazi Germany as a warning to future generations. Unfortunately, these words still speak volumes today. It is the responsibility of all of us to speak out against hate. That is why I am proud to support the proclamation being presented today by the Honorable Board Member Mavis Bates. Thank you.
Brenda Engelhardt. Brenda?
Hello, my name is Brenda Engelhardt. I live in St. Charles. Madam Chair and esteemed board, thank you for the time to come up and talk to you. Specifically about hate and violence in our community and how they are affecting our children. Kane County is a community that believes in dignity, compassion, and fairness for everyone, not just for those who pray like us or look like us. We take care of each other not because it's easy, but because it's right. Recent ICE actions have sown fear among families that are American citizens who've been rounded up because of the color of their skin. Specifically, I ran into a former student. I had her in 6th grade. She's a freshman now. In 6th grade, she had a perfect attendance record. She is facing truancy issues. Can you imagine why? She's scared to death. She has brown skin, dark eyes, and dark hair. Let me repeat. This is an American citizen in Geneva that's afraid to go to school. Children are coming home to empty houses. The terror and trauma inflicted on children by ICE and militarized enforcement is immeasurable. There are hundreds of firsthand reports, accounting, videos, if anybody wants to go check. We can be better. We are better. Our county can choose compassion over cruelty, community over fear, and a helping hand over hate. We advocate for policies that protect all of our residents and hold fast the belief that every person deserves dignity and safety. And to that end, I would ask that the board consider the No Hate Proclamation and the importance to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Mayer, is he here? Is he downstairs? Paul, come on up, please. Welcome, sir.
I don't come here very often, but when I see an injustice done, I feel like I have to speak out. So I'm here this morning to speak out. I'd like to start by telling you all a story. Picture your young child or your grandchild who comes home from school all happy and all excited and says to you, "I won the spelling bee today. I got the highest score." "That's wonderful," you say. "Who taught you to learn spelling?" "Well, my teacher," says the child, "and look what I got, a certificate." Teacher calls it a proclamation, but I don't know what that means. But teacher says it recognizes my achievement. "Then who made up the certificate?" you ask the child. "My teacher," says the child. Suddenly your mind flashes several thoughts, among which is the fact that you as a taxpayer, you hire the teacher to do exactly what the child accomplished. A look of dismay and disapproval and consternation crosses your face. Well, you start to say that's not really a worthy or meaningful certificate if it comes from the same person who taught you how to spell. Then comes your key malicious words to the child. "It's ludicrous. It's crazy. I'm afraid you can't keep it and you must give it back to the teacher." The child is crestfallen, but you've made your point. In case you didn't get the point of the story, let me explain. About 5 or 6 weeks ago, Our Kane County Treasurer was awarded recognition for a financial accomplishment never before made in Kane County. With the help of a teacher or a consultant, he brought Kane County investment revenues to a record all-time high of $62 to $63 million with an unbelievable ROI. To recognize this achievement, the consulting firm awarded him their highest honor. It would be documented with an official proclamation from the Kane County Board and signed by none other than our very own board chairman. But due to the very partisan attitudes and political childishness of three members of the board and its chairman, the proclamation was not granted. Our treasurer had brought about new revenue for Kane County, for all of its citizens, for everyone. But you, because of perhaps pettiness or partisanship, or the fact that an election is coming and he's running against a weak opponent, and you didn't want the electorate to know of his accomplishment, the award was denied. Our treasurer doesn't care about awards or being held up in adulation. He does care about what he can do and will do for the people of Kane County. You really need to reconsider approving the bestowal of that award. Otherwise, shame on you. Thank you.
All righty. Pam Scar? Pam, are you here? There you are. Hi, Pam.
Excuse me. My name is Pam Werner Scar. I have lived in this community since I was 5 years old. It's a long time. I am a retired psychotherapist, and I will speak from that knowledge and from the knowledge of knowing this community. First, I want to say I am very concerned. I speak to all of you here. I am very concerned about the speech that we have. Someone just recently said about the suicide rates. Let me just tell you something. Suicide rates that we have in our children, my 11-year-old grandson, first thing he said to me when I saw him this week, Grandma, did you know that depression and suicide is a big deal for kids that are, for adolescents and young kids? You know what, you guys? It is. Do you want to know what fuels it? Hate speech and hate. That is what it is. What you say matters. Even when you say it to each other and when you say it to others, what you say matters. All people matter. We need to be aware of that. I'm telling you something. My grandmother taught me that. So here I am. I'm a grandma. I'm telling you guys, all people matter. We need to speak with humility, empathy, awareness, and compassion. Be aware that what we say matters. I support, of course, the Illinois Human Rights Act and all of that. This board needs to take a public stand, please, regarding hate speech among any board members or anyone that they deal with. And then I'm going to say one last thing. Please take this in. It's hard to understand. When someone speaks with hate, what is behind that and underneath it is always, always, always 100%, guess what? Fear. It's always fear. So what I'm saying is get your courage and speak with caring. Check in with your heart. Care for all people. Everybody matters. Thank you.
Speaker is Paula Merrington. Paula?
Hello, everybody. My name is Paula Merrington. My pronouns are she and her. I've been a Kane County resident for 11 years. As I have still not heard an apology from David Young for his outrageous comments targeting our transgender community, I will again ask for an apology today. I'm still wondering why Mr. Young seems to be so focused on the transgender community when they represent such a tiny percentage of Kane County residents. During public comments at recent Kane County board meetings, folks have mentioned how harmful Mr. Young's comments are, but it occurred to me that the statement requires further explanation. I was privileged to attend a National Coming Out Day event in Kane County over the weekend, where folks from the LGBTQIA+ community shared what the process was for them to be their authentic selves. The stories told by transgender folks included moments in time when the reality of not being accepted by family and community and the thought of facing hatred and bigotry in the community was so overwhelming that the vast majority of them shared that the thoughts of ending it all were foremost in their minds. Take that in for a moment. That is the shared experience of the vast majority of transgender folks who live in Kane County. The comments from an elected official vilifying an already marginalized group sets a precedent for community conversations, and the message heard from Mr. Young is adding to their burden, adding to their lack of acceptance, adding to the bigotry, adding to the already pervasive messaging that transgender people are not worthy of respect and dignity like every other resident in Kane County. Your words as an elected official have consequences. Be mindful of how they may cause harm. There are transgender and non-binary folks in this audience and watching this live stream now, and they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect, and they deserve an apology. Unanimous board support for the No Hate proclamation would go a long way to repairing the damage done in the community. And finally, rest in peace, Dale Berman, and rest in power, George Floyd. Thank you.
Michelle Betek.
I'm surprised I got called. Sorry, I wasn't prepared. Michelle Batag, St. Charles. I'm here today to speak about a big cloud hanging over the board, and that's the budget. The spending here, as we've discussed many months now, is out of control. Some of the stuff that we go through month after month is watching the spending. Karine Parag's, your agenda to have new government facilities built, having new health facilities built, climate action change plans that were paid 50,000 plus with no fruit produced. On and on I could go with the spending. And in the end, we have projects that are unaffordable to us. We're $29 million in the hole with no budget to be in sight. You hired a strategic plan, 127,000. You want to hire new interns out of RTA money. I could go on forever. There are things that don't make sense. The thing that bothers me is when I look at Karine's donations, and I'm looking at just the last summary of since 2010. So she's been active for quite a while. But a local politician should not receive this kind of money as donations. And when you're getting, 13,000 from your party, okay, that's fair. You're receiving huge amounts totaling $380,000 from unions, from, private donors, very small amount. And you're looking at these projects and wondering, why is she getting this money? There's a kingmaker here in Kane County, and it's not the people. The people are suffering. Credit card debt is the highest. You're so concerned about the mentally ill in this, and the aged and the minorities who are suffering. Yet all of the taxes and the raising of taxes and the raising of the fuel tax and the retail tax and the, property tax, my property taxes have gone up every year. So I don't know where you get, they are receiving revenue. We don't have a revenue problem. We pay number 28 out of 3,200 counties almost 3,300 counties. We don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem, and the promises that you make to your donors is a huge problem. I am asking the board to please consider getting rid of the responsible bidder ordinance. This was championed by Corinne Parag, Chris Caius, who's up for reelection. They wanted to bring this in, eliminating small businesses doing work in Kane County and also driving the cost of almost a third more for a lot of these jobs because it limits the people that are able to do the work in Kane County.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robin Roy. Robin? She's downstairs, okay, we'll put her on hold as she can come up.
I'm here. Oh, you want me to go upstairs?
Denise Theobald. Oh, Robin, are you there, ready to go? Are you queued up? Is she's,
Hello?
yeah, there
hear
you
me?
are, Robin. Could we put her up on full screen, please?
It's Revan. That's okay.
Oh,
Hello?
we lost you.
Do you want me to go upstairs?
Robin, hold on a second. We've lost you. There you are.
Should I go ahead?
There you go. We've got you now.
Hi, my name is Revan Roy, and I've been a resident of Kane
Robin,
County.
I'm going to ask you to put your, hi, closer to the microphone, please.
Okay, is this better?
Can you can pick up your mic? Can you move
okay.
it? Pick it up? There
Hello?
you go.
This is like stand up. I'll warn y'all, I'm not that funny. So here we go. My name is Revan Roy, and I've been a resident for Kane County for over 20 years. And surprisingly, this is my first time speaking at a board meeting. I felt compelled to come today because recently I've heard the words of one of the board members, David Young, and I found it very upsetting, and I want to explain why. 20 years ago, when I was considering moving to Kane County with my husband, I was pregnant with my second child. And we came here in October and absolutely fell in love with Geneva and decided we wanted to move here. And when I started looking at the statistics for Kane County, I realized I was only one of 3% of the non-white population. I would be choosing to move here as one of 3%, basically part of the other. And I really considered that, and I thought about not moving here. And I'm so glad I didn't give in to my fear, because this has been the best place to raise my family. It has been a wonderful place to make friends, and I consider this my home. And over the 20 years that I've lived here, I've learned that our community is welcoming, loving, and very accepting, which is why I was shocked to hear the comments from David Young over the last few weeks. I am a very proud ally. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm here to say that LGBTQ folks are welcome in this community. Despite what David Young says, you are welcome in this community. And I call on David Young to apologize and resign. I don't think his words are acceptable. And even though I didn't prepare statements today, I decided to do a quick Google search to see how many people named David or who have David in their names have committed mass violence. And it has been dozens and dozens of people who have been killed and hundreds of people who have been injured. But I wouldn't make the leap to say that there is an organization called David Tifa, because that is absurd. It is absurd. Majority of mass shootings and violence are committed by cis white men. I wouldn't make the leap to call something Mantifa, because it is not a thing. What is a thing is that we are a community, we are neighbors, and we need to get back to the business of loving and supporting each other and welcoming everyone into Kane County. Thank you.
Give me just a second. Mr. Roth, our timekeeper.
We started at 10:08. So if we do elapsed time, we're coming up, we have 1 minute left.
If we do this on speakers, speak time, we've spent 22 minutes.
All right, ladies, gentlemen, it is your prerogative, once again, to extend this to 45 minutes. Would you like to do so? Continue on with our public speaking?
Madam Chair, yes.
Yes, all right. Is that a consensus from everybody? All right, we'll continue on with our list. Our next speaker then is Denise Theobald. Denise?
Morning. I stand here in support of the We Stand Against Hate proclamation. This proclamation is just not symbolic, but it's necessary. There's something I wasn't going to talk about today, but I want to let you know the power of hate speech. 50 years ago, because of hate speech, bullying, my sister, who is gay, tried to commit suicide. That was the first time she tried to commit suicide. That was a while ago. And I thought we'd come a long way. I myself, being a member of the LGBTQ community, have been through quite a bunch, but we have really made strides in the last couple of decades. I really feel like we're sliding backwards because of the hate. As Ed mentioned, what happened in Nazi Germany when they came for the Jews. Well, now they're here in our country. They're coming for the unionists. They're brutally and illegally coming for immigrants. They're taking immigrant and citizens, children, out of the hands of their parents. They are viciously coming for our community and especially the trans community. They're coming for our journalists. They're coming for Democrats. They're coming for peaceful protesters in dinosaur suits. They have literally come for the truth. But then they came for you, the ones spewing hate, the ones supporting hate, the ones staying silent. And then there's no one left to stand beside you. Silence equals complicity. We've seen how silence corrodes an equal justice system in a democratic republic. We see how silence allows hate and kids to commit suicide and society to fracture. This is a path we all have to refuse. Hate speech, personal attacks, and spreading misinformation is not leadership, it's corrosive. And targeting our neighbors is not the way to do it to earn political points. I call on David Young to apologize to this community. I call for censure. I ask him to resign because your words matter. They're hurtful. And I speak to all of you to do the same. And as mentioned, I stand against hate and I support the Veterans Week coming up because I want you to all understand that veterans also stand against hate and what they've all fought for in our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ginger Romano. Ginger?
Thank you for allowing us to speak. I was going to call a point of order, but thank you for, I didn't have to. Regarding the agenda item 8B, why is it, why is it that you're presenting a proclamation without following proper protocol? I remember there was a board member that had a proclamation that didn't follow proper protocol and it was dismissed. And a proclamation against hate. Huh. What an oxymoron from the constituents in the room spewing hate against the board member, David Young, and our treasurer, Chris Lawson, that has won an award for his stewardship. This proclamation could be viewed as political weaponization. they have also received many hateful emails they've received many hateful emails. And I just feel like y'all are a bunch of hypocrites. So another thing that I had is to law enforcement that might be listening and the judicial people. It's regarding the Safety Act and other ordinances and laws. And there's case law on statutes, codes, ordinance, et cetera, that are not constitutional. And they are null and void per Marbury versus Madison. Also, any fictitious character entity cannot go up against the natural man, Penhallow versus Doan. A state cannot take a right and turn it into a privilege, Shuttleworth versus Birmingham, Alabama. And I just ask you all to be mindful of that. And just because maybe the state may bring something down as a law doesn't mean that you have to. And actually, you should actually see whether it's constitutional or not. And yeah, there's many other case law cases that I could quote, but these were only a couple that I was able to pull up. So, well, thank you for your time. Sure.
Jeannie Marr.
Good morning. As I stand here today on what would have been Charlie Kirk's birthday, I'm reminded of how precious truth and courage are. Charlie inspired millions to speak boldly for faith, family, and freedom. And his passing is a heartbreaking reminder that standing up for what you believe can carry real risk in today's world. Whether we agree or disagree with someone's view, no one in America should ever face danger or violence for speaking publicly. That is the true tragedy of our times, the growing hostility that makes people afraid to share their convictions. If we truly want to stand united against hate, then let's begin by protecting the freedom of every citizen to speak without fear. This week's proclamation, "We Stand United Against Hate," sounds good on paper. Every decent person agrees we should reject hate and division. But we must be very careful when government begins to decide which speech is acceptable and which is not. Free speech is not just for the easy words or popular opinions. It's especially for the words that make us uncomfortable, the passionate, imperfect, emotional words that come from pain. Recently, my friend David spoke from deep emotion after Charlie's death. His words were strong, but anyone who knows him knows his heart. He is not hateful. He loves God, this country, and this county. To take the one moment of grief and use it to discredit him or to silence those who share his faith or political views is wrong. Real hate is not spoken in this room. It's the violence we see on the streets. It's the hostility toward police officers, ICE agents, and people of faith who dare to stand for what they believe. That's the hate we should all stand united against. Free speech, even the emotional, imperfect kind, is what keep our nation strong. When government begins to decide which speech is acceptable, liberty disappears. Our founders knew the answer to words we dislike is not censorship, but more speech, spoken with courage and grace. So let's truly stand united, not against speech, not against one another, but united in defending the First Amendment, extending grace to those who stumble, celebrating the peace and freedom that make America strong. Thank you, and may God bless this board and the people of Kane County.
Steve?
I'll try and keep this quick. Steve Leffler, St. Charles. My dad was a brilliant and charming man and a chronic drunk. And in 1976, in the summer, he admitted himself into the Elgin State Hospital, got a bed there, and he's there for a couple of months, dried out, and then when he got out, he started my family's business. And over the course of 2 generations, 3 generations now, we created thousands of jobs and millions of dollars worth of tax money because he received that helping hand from the state. Elgin State Hospital is no longer there. And in its place, we have organizations like the Lazarus House, Northern Illinois Food Bank, which the way he kept us alive as kids, feeding 3 kids was he was working as a cook in the kitchen and would shuttle groceries out to us as we pulled around in the station wagon. So other where are people getting their food now if they're in this situation? Northern Illinois Food Bank, Marie Wilkinson Food Bank Pantry, the Food for Greater Elgin. These are all not-for-profits. They're funded by the Riverboat external money. And I'm here to ask you guys, you're only committing 17%, $832,000. It's a lot of money, but it's really not a lot of money out there helping folks like my family would have been helped back in the day. And the people that we're helping today to get their act together and build us a greater society in the future are being helped with these funds. And I really hope you guys can find yourself to keep that number as you go through the sausage making. As I listened to the Riverboat meeting earlier, it's a lot of sausage making, and please hold on to the money. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. Adam Pauly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Adam Pauly, gentleman from Aurora. We could all do well to love our neighbor. And recently, one of our county board members did not do that when he spewed some really terrible things. And worst of all, misinformation before all the facts of the case were made apparent. As elected officials, we are called to hold ourselves to the highest standards. And again, in District 300, the president of that school board, who also spewed some really nasty things, was made to face the consequences of her actions. And that is why I am calling for this August body, because the gentleman from the 15th does not have the decency to resign. I am calling for this body to remove him immediately from his committee assignments. All we have heard is political rhetoric, and we are not here as representatives of the Democrat or Republican parties. We are here as representatives of our people, sworn to protect our Constitution and our values. As a gay man, many of you have known me. Many of you have known me for years. Do I appear to be a threat to the gentleman? I don't know. And that is incredibly unfortunate that to many people, I appear to be a threat. And that's unfortunate. And the idea that the gentleman was having a bad day does not excuse bad behavior, because we are here as public officials to represent our people. I hope that we can all learn to love our neighbors, because that is what we must do. We are here to set the tone and temperature of our civil discourse, not to tear it apart. I would love to hear from the gentleman from the 15th, his solution to the budget problem, his solution to improve the lives of the people of not only his district, but the people of this county. And we simply have not heard those things, because the gentleman is not here to do that. The gentleman is simply here to play partisan political games. And regardless of which side of the aisle you're on, I have walked on both sides of them. Regardless of what side of the aisle you are on, that is wrong. Shame on the gentleman from the 15th. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Brian Anderson.
Good morning, Brian Anderson, Sugar Grove. Let's the attention, TMP 25-1266 is the agenda item that I'm looking at. But before, I want to pause. I loved what Mark Hansen said about Dale Berman. And over the past several months, it'll be seared in my head. Dale came up to me, goes, Brian, yes, he knew my name. We don't always agree, but keep coming and keep challenging the board. I loved Dale Berman and his ability to listen to both sides. That was amazing. To the grandmother behind me, I just saw my 11-year-old grandson for the first time in 5 months. First words out of his mouth, we're going to have fun today. So I guess we see the world a little differently. Now back to business. I am appalled that we're even talking about 25-1266 when we have a massive budget crisis. I've carried this for 35 years. It served me well in business. Excerpts of Stephen Covey, The 7 Habits of Highly Successful People. We need to be living in quadrant 1. It's very urgent and it's very important. Everything starts with leadership. Every committee should be talking about what can we do, where can we trim, what do we need to do to balance the budget. Everybody in this room knows, even if we get to mid-November and we somehow can balance it, the problem starts at the next year. So we need to be making deep cuts. Now, let me take us to the third item on the proclamation. Number 3. Whereas Kane County Board has experienced recent hate speech. Quite frankly, who determines that hate speech? Okay, let me remind everybody in the room, it is First Amendment protection. Now, you want to talk about visceral and viral, I can look no further than Vern Tepe. We have FOIA'd him. He sent out a group message. Let the mob come. Let the mob get out here and shame David Young. But let's be polite. I've got the FOIA if you want to see it. You can go ahead and look perplexed. Okay, let's talk about Mavis Bates, who serves on the steering committee in Aurora for a social Marxist mayor. They want to take down all of the pay for our SWAT team in Aurora. I've got several friends. And now let's talk about Corrine and her BFF, Linda Robertson, who's the co-founder of We Can Lead Change. This week, we want to have the 19th through the 25th, when on the 18th, the No Kings rally, it's hate Trump. Please spare your hypocrisy.
Thank you, sir.
Get to the business of the people.
All right, sir, that's enough, please. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Madam Chair, we are currently at 50 minutes of elapsed time, and we're standing at 37 minutes of actually speaking time.
All right, would you like to continue to a full clock time, or we've had 37 minutes, or should we end with that Sterling speech?
How many more speakers do you have?
I've got 1, 2, 3. 3, and then we have 2 formally unelected and a formally elected official who would like to speak.
I would request that we allow all of them to speak, please.
All right, very good, very good.
Thank you.
Point of clarity.
Yes, sir.
I'm confused. As a board, are we giving 30 minutes or 45 minutes? It was my assumption that we had extended to a full 45 minutes. And we're almost insinuating as if we're doing that as a courtesy.
It's 30 minutes according to the Robert's rules, but we're doing it another 15 minutes, 45 minutes. So Robert's rules, but the county code says 45. So that's why it's 45 minutes, which is what I asked.
Okay, so our rules are 45.
45.
Okay.
Okay, I was going by Robert's rules, not the code.
Got it. I'm just,
So
I was hearing one thing here and looking at another thing here saying, where are we going, guys? So thank you.
Ready? Okay, we have several more speakers.
Madam Chair, so as a point of order, could you explain we're at how many minutes then into the 45?
And did we suspend the rules to?
Here we go.
Okay,
But
okay.
we're doing,
Okay.
it's clock time versus speaking
Right.
time. All right.
Right.
So you
And
wanna do
I'm
that,
following
Mr.
the,
Ross?
the lead. I'm going to ask the Assistant State's Attorney to,
We have
clarify
5
that.
more speakers. Can we
right.
just
And we
finish those
agreed,
up? And then we
we
can,
agreed to finish the 5
yes,
speakers.
so we just agreed to have that completed. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, if required, I will vote to suspend the rules to allow all speakers to speak.
We already agreed
That's
to
already
that.
been done.
Yep.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, there was a question by the gentleman.
Okay, thank you. So let us just begin. Is Jean Mayer? No, there's Mar and, oh, I'm sorry. There's Jean Mar and Jean Mayer, Meyer.
Right
She's
here.
downstairs. Jeannie, where are you?
I'm right here in front of the microphone. Can you hear
Oh.
me?
Yes, we can. We can't see you though. Hold on a second. Okay, I see everybody sitting downstairs. There you
Tell
are.
me
Okay,
when.
there you are, ma'am. I see you now. You can begin.
Silence in the face of evil is worse than evil itself. Resident, ex-transgender from 1971, called the sexless sixth grader, saved from pharmaceutical psychoactive drugs, cross hormones, puberty blockers, all causing serious psychiatric symptoms, which can lead to suicidal and homicidal ideas. My goal is to stand against the evil perpetrated against precious, gender-confused young people. So much like I was. One lone voice speaking concern and truth, David Young. Are the rest of you afraid of violence that might come upon you if you speak out? From YouGov survey, September 2025, 25% those who identify as very liberal believe violence can sometimes be justified. Going down the political scale, the rate who believe in violence goes down to just 3% of those who are very conservative. In the 2023 words at an LA County School Board of an award-winning homosexual male teacher of 25 years, who immediately lost his job for standing up for trans kids. Biology is not bigotry. Heterosexuality is not hate. Gender confusion and gender delusion are deep psychological disorders. No caring professional or loving parent would ever support the chemical poisoning or surgical mutilation of a child's genitalia. Transgender ideology is anti-gay. It is anti-woman. It is anti-human. And I can also say this is a gay man, he goes on to say, but he was silenced by his mic being cut off and he was fired. According to survey data, up to 80% of trans individuals suffer from serious psychopathologies. Gender affirming care fails to solve these problems, yet the doctors use these failures to justify even more extreme intervention, up to the final one, genital mutilation. Many former trans individuals are detransitioning despite the irreversible changes to their bodies. My heart breaks for these people that I could have been one of. Dave Young's public comments last month stating fact about recent shootings, with some of the shooters having completed cold-blooded murder for notoriety and for violence. Then stating the Democratic Party embraces the culture of death and this evil group must be denounced. I agree with everything my board members said, with a twist. Any transgender or any individual who resorts to violence or incites violence against an innocent being must be denounced. What is truly evil is the hugely lucrative transgender health field and the behind the scenes politics that wish to destroy our country, neither caring about the precious trans children that they use for their evil.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dan Spellman.
Hi, Dan Spellman, Geneva. Each month, I try to share a few thoughts on the importance of finding common ground, of putting our country above any political party. I call it being part of Team Normal. Most Kane County residents are members of Team Normal, people who may disagree on policy, but who still believe in facts, dialogue, and mutual respect. Sadly, in today's political environment, emotions run high, and we often confuse shouting with engagement, and in the process, we lose trust. 2021 Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Ressa put it best. Without facts, we can't have truth. And without truth, we can't have trust. Part of the problem is the prevalence of rage-based media. It's pervasive, it's profitable, and it's deeply manipulative. It tells us what to be angry about and convinces us that anger is a substitute for reason. But anger isn't a policy, and outrage isn't a plan. As Americans, we must put our country and our community above political allegiances. Don't be so busy being a Republican or a Democrat that you forget to be a decent human being. Dietrich Bonhoeffer warned, stupidity is more dangerous than evil because it makes people resistant to reason and uses it for those who would manipulate them. Or, as Shannon Alder put it, arguing with an idiot is like playing chess with a pigeon. No matter how good you are, the bird will knock over the pieces and strut around like it won anyways. Recently, board member David Young has repeatedly claimed that transgender people are driving America's mass shootings. That's false, and it's dangerously misleading. In the last decade, nearly 4,800 mass shootings have occurred. Per Mr. Young, at least 4 of these shootings were committed by transgender individuals, less than 0.1%. To present 4 out of 4,800 as the cause isn't just inaccurate, David, it's knowingly deceitful. So where does that leave us? I guess I have to decide whether to push back on this type of disinformation or to simply acknowledge that in doing so, I'd be playing chess with a pigeon. We have real challenges in our community, our county, our state, and our country. How about we focus on solving those problems together? I would like to thank the board members who continue to put their duty to their constituents above their party loyalty. And thank you for being part of Team Normal. Together, we can continue to focus on reason, respect, and real results. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Treasurer Chris Lawson.
Before I get started, may I ask Blair to put slide number 1 up? Thank you very much. Every time Vern Tepe, Denise Thibault, and others try to rewrite history and establish an inaccurate public record, they invite me to highlight once again our former and current fiscal successes and their fiscal failures. When I've politely invited Denise to visit my office so we can go over audited reports, Denise has said, Mr. Lawson, there is nothing you can say to me that I want to listen to. Pretty clear what the real motivations are here. The crazy season has begun, hasn't it? Again, when Denise asserts, for those who question my integrity and facts, all this is in the public record. Let me show you that public record with documentation that Denise does not provide because she cannot. There are 8 major false assertions that Ms. Thibault and the people who are feeding her misinformation have made over the past several months. The first today and then others during future board meetings, again, only because Denise has asked me to respond. So slide 2. Sorry, but it does feel a little grubby talking about any employee's pay other than performance at performance review time. But Denise stated, Mr. Lawson has claimed that salaries are too high and must be cut. This is false. Yet he is one of the highest paid elected officials in Kane County, earning more than board members, of course, but in line with mandated offices like the sheriff's command staff. I have never thought salaries must or should or could be cut. I don't think that now. I have never said that. She should prove what she asserts. Only the most naive person who has no experience managing anyone would suggest that you can cut pay and expect staff to show up for work. Slide 3. I am deeply grateful to be paid any amount from taxpayer family sacrifices. You should see the anguish on your constituents' faces every day when they come in to pay their taxes that you continue to increase. If they don't pay, you fine them 18% a year, credit card rates. And if they still don't pay, you sell their family home. They're decent, hardworking people from whom you take too much. I am grateful for my pay. I have declined the county IMRF pension and healthcare benefits. If you put up slide 4, total compensation you give is $122,000. It's a payroll fact that you pay 379 other county employees more. In return, you get $63 million in interest income earned. You get $4.6 billion in property tax collected without incident, and you get the highest staff morale in building A, treating your constituents with respect and sympathy. I present you the accurate public record, the employee compensation data report. Thank you, Denise, for
Sir.
inviting me. Thank you.
Last speaker that I am aware of is going to be Mr. Shepro. Okay, thank you, sir. So that does complete, to the best of my knowledge, our public speaking. Thank you all again for your words. They are heartfelt and interesting, absolutely interesting on very many levels.
Madam Chair, can
Yes.
we have a 5-minute break?
Would you all like to take a 5-minute break before we begin the business of the board? Yes, okay, so
Council move for a 5-minute recess.
all in favor? Aye. Okay, we'll see you at 11:15. Whoa.
You brought those in?
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please be seated? We're about ready to begin the meeting.
I think that'd be perfect. Thanks, Ron.
Here.
Dude,
Yeah.
they're coming.
It's out here, right?
It's a process, I'm
Chair
telling
or
ya,
Vern?
but we're gonna get it done.
I get the rest?
Yeah, it's all for you.
Yes, you do.
Like that. Cheer.
Yeah, here, I'll pass it down to Anita.
Used to be a heart surgeon, now he just, he says peanut butter.
Maybe so you in pain or no? You have more to take. You have more to take. The office upstairs probably will have some. Yes, yeah, yes. Madam Chair,
So, in other words.
did you slip or going? Right.
Oh, you left it at home? Or?
So I don't care what they can. I think that's what happened.
You're okay.
Figure it out.
All right, everybody, are we ready? Almost. Where's Celeste? She. All right, well, premature Celeste, there she is. Getting coffee. Okay, that's fine. Okay, you need roll call? We do need roll call.
All righty, roll call, everybody. Ellen,
Alan present.
Arroyo is not here. Bates. Doherty.
Doherty here.
Garcia,
Garcia here.
Gripe,
Gripe here.
Gums,
Gums here.
Iqbal,
Iqbal present.
Juby, Caius. This is not here. Leonard,
Leonard here.
Lewis,
Who's here?
Linder,
They're here.
Molina,
Not present.
Penesis, Roth,
Roth is here.
Sanchez,
Sanchez present.
Surgeous, Tarver, Debbie,
here.
Williams,
Here.
Young. Madam Chair, you're here.
I'm here.
You got a quorum.
Thank you.
Present.
Okay, very good. All right, I'd like to now move forward to our two proclamations that we have presented to this board. And the first one is for Mr. Sanchez to introduce.
Pulling it up right now. And we have Mr. Zimmerman here with the Veterans Assistance Commission as well. Would you like me to read the proclamation itself?
Or we can have Mr. Zimmerman do it if you would so choose.
Jake, if you're interested.
You want to read it? Do you have
Otherwise,
a
I'm
copy
happy
of
to.
it?
Do you have it in front of you? Okay.
Very good. You've got better eyes than I do, sir.
Call him Eagle-Eyed Zimmerman. You make that a little larger. Oh, you got it. She steps ahead.
Nice assist from Blair. Thank you. Shall I read?
If you'd like to, we'd like you to.
Proclamation recognizing November 4th through 11th, 2025 as Veterans Week in Kane County, Illinois. Whereas the residents of Kane County have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for all of the men and women who have selflessly served our country and this community in the armed forces. And whereas the contributions and sacrifices of those who served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and way of life enjoyed by our citizens. And whereas Kane County seeks to honor individuals who have made countless sacrifices for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas veterans continue to serve our community through American Legion posts, Veterans of Foreign War posts, AMVETS posts, Vietnam Veterans of America chapters, Marine Corps League detachments, and Navy Club ships located within Kane County. And whereas the Veterans Assistance Commission of Kane County exists to maximize the benefits of the 16,320 veterans and their dependents and survivors who call Kane County home. And whereas the National Association of Counties encourages all counties, parishes, and boroughs to recognize Operation Greenlight for veterans. And whereas Kane County appreciates the sacrifices of our United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Kane County Board that November 4th through 11th, 2025 is recognized as Veterans Week in Kane County, Illinois, and encourages its citizens in patriotic tradition to recognize the importance of honoring all those who made immeasurable sacrifices to preserve freedom by displaying green lights in a window of their place of business or residence during this week.
Very good. Thank you. So do we have a motion?
Great moves. Sanchez will second.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Are there any veterans in the room? If so, could you please stand up to be recognized?
Madam Chair Gums,
Yes, yes, Ms. Combs.
Dale standing too.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you for your service. Yeah, let's see, my half-brother served in the Korean War, and my brother and sister's father served in World War II, and he was lost in a plane crash somewhere in France and did not come back until they were adults because of his illness. So yes, I think all of us have had military stories that have gone on with the men and women of service, and we're forever grateful for them, for the sacrifices that they've made and for the family sacrifices as well on the other side. So it's I so much appreciate you bringing this up. And green light will be shined very boldly and beautifully here in Kane County on that week. So with that, if there's no other comments, clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Ellen,
Aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Doherty. Mr. Doherty,
Doherty, no.
okay. Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Ripe, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Yes.
Lewis, Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis, Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams, Young.
Yes.
That passes.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for everything that you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next proclamation is going to be led by Ms. Bates.
I'd like to have us come up to the podium.
Oh, sure, sure. Would anybody like to join her? Oh.
We have passed out orange ribbons to signify the importance of diversity and harmony in our community, and as reminders to celebrate differences and create inclusive communities where everyone feels valued. This is a proclamation declaring October 19th to 2025, as we stand united against Hate Week in Kane County.
Gums so moves.
Is there a second?
Linder, second.
Thank you, Mr. Linder.
Continue. Thank you. Whereas Kane County is a community that affirms our commitment to safety and belonging for all residents, and
whereas Kane County believes that hate presents a threat to communities everywhere and creates an atmosphere of fear and division, and
Whereas Kane County seeks to uphold the Constitution of the United States, which confers equality on all individuals, regardless of race, gender, orientation, religion, or political beliefs. And
whereas Kane County believes that education, compassion, critical thinking, and cooperation are key to unlocking understanding and embracing differences between people. And
Kane County seeks to join other communities and cities across the country in his annual United Against Hate Week as an important step in bridging divisions while strengthening and healing our communities.
Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Kane County Board that October 19th through 25th is recognized as We Stand Against Hate Week in Kane County, and
that we condemn all forms of racism, discrimination, bigotry, bias, and hate speech in our community, and that we stand united to defend anyone who is mistreated because of race, ethnicity, sexual preference, or religion.
Okay, thank you all. We have a motion and a second. Been read the proclamation. Comment, discussion. Yes, yes, sir.
Surges. Madam Chair, over the past year, I've watched this board become more and more divided by competing proclamations asking us to act as a united voice. Proclamations have been brought forth and focused on promoting specific groups and agendas. I'll no longer continue to support any proposed proclamation that does not reflect unity and represent our entire community. Because the reality here is that in Kane County, we don't need a proclamation to state the obvious. We do welcome everybody, every race, every gender, every ability. This list could go on and on. We are a diverse and inclusive county, and we ran for office with the passion and goal of representing all of our residents. The focus of this board should be on finding fiscal responsibility, positive solutions to our budget challenges. This focus of this board should be on supporting our departments and employees so that they can do their jobs in taking care of our residents' safety and quality of life. The focus of this board should be on planning so that we are prepared for the future and for future opportunities here in Kane County. I ask you to stand with me, Madam Chair, and for fellow board members in working together to make this board what it once was, a group of residents who care enough to take the time to be here and unite for the good of all. I'm failing to see where proclamation after proclamation is causing more division than it is good. And as such, I would like to table this indefinitely.
It's been a motion to table. Mr. Williams seconds that. Please direct us what to do.
Call roll.
So you have a priority motion. So you call the roll.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
It's a priority motion, so
we
you call the roll.
So we have a motion on the floor to table this proclamation. Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Allen,
I'm sorry, okay. This is a proclamation to permanently table.
It's an amendment.
to table permanently.
Motion to table, motion to table. Yes. Okay. You ready? Go.
okay. Ellen,
Ellen, no.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, no.
Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Chuby,
no.
Caius,
Caius, no.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Penesis,
no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Strathman, Surgis,
Just yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Tepe, no.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, and that obviously failed.
Okay, so motion to table has failed. We continue on. Any other discussion? Ms. Gums?
Is here. I think right now, in this moment, we have an opportunity. I was not here during the conversations with Mr. Young. But we have an opportunity to prove that we are united in anti-hate speech. I have not had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Young, and I don't believe Mr. Young hates me. But I felt like that a little bit. But I don't think he is that person. And I think we have an opportunity today to maybe correct that somehow. I hope that my colleague is considering my words, because going forward, we have to do better collectively. And to my other colleague, I would like to think that we are inclusive, but sometimes we're not. So let's make it better. Let's take today's opportunity and acknowledge that we all do some stuff that isn't right and make it right going forward. Whatever that looks like to you, I'd appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Williams.
So I'd like to echo what Cliff said. I can't say better than he did. Nobody is in favor of hate speech. It's abhorrent. But what I am in favor of is a process. I found out about this proclamation yesterday morning. Nobody called me to talk about it. It wasn't on the executive committee agenda last week. Nobody offered me a ribbon, and it seems to be targeted against one of our board members. So I cannot support the proclamation, although I do support much of what is said in there. I will not be voting yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Would you like my ribbon?
No, thank you.
Ms. Gum? Ms. Gums? Or no, I'm sorry. I've done that, Ms. Bates. Sorry. And then for the amendment, Mr. Leonard, your hand was up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with probably almost all of this proclamation. However, I cannot vote for something that predominantly states hate. You know, if this wants to be a peace proclamation, that we all try to live in peace and we try to get along with each other, that's great. But I will be voting against this strictly for the reason that I do not like the word hate in the proclamation.
Okay. All right.
Madam,
Before the amendment, yes, Mr. Young.
I'm David Young. Excuse me. So this proclamation is a targeted proclamation toward me, and everyone knows it. What is possibly being done by bringing this forth, as well as what Mr. Tepe did when I received his FOIA and sending out everybody to come after me, is an attack on my First Amendment right to speak. So if you guys want to go ahead and vote for this, go ahead. Will it be held against you? I don't know. But this is an attack on First Amendment speech. So if someone comes up and says what they want to say, they're allowed to say that. And on top of this, that was said in public comment, what I said. So when someone on the board says Donald Trump doesn't know his nose from a hole in the ground or his ass from a hole in the ground, that's okay. That's their right to speak. And they can say that. When Denise Theobald comes up and talks, and Brian Anderson comes up to talk, they're probably polar opposites, but that's okay. It's freedom of speech. This, obviously, I won't be supporting this, but this is a direct assault on our First Amendment.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gums, you've already spoken. Yes, Mr. Tarver.
I agree with what David said. He has his First Amendment right. He gets up there, he speaks his mind, he says what he believes in. I don't agree with what he said, obviously, but he has that right. And I think what this proclamation does, I don't think of it as an attack on David. And like I said, I don't think David has hate in his heart. It's what he believes in. But we need to lower the temperature here. You know, I mean, it's just too high. what's going on with this, you know, with his speech. Like I said, I don't believe he has hate in his heart. It's what he believes in. But this is what we believe in. You know, it's not attacking him. We believe in what this proclamation, at least I do, people who vote for this, if you believe in what that says, not attack on David, if you believe in what that proclamation says, then you should vote for it.
All right. Is there anybody else? Yes, we have, I
Uh,
think everybody wants to
Thank
say
you, Madam
something
Chair.
right now.
Sanchez here. Yeah, just, I kind of had this thought independently. I know it was mentioned in public comment as well. But there is one whereas that I would move that we amend to remove. In general, this is, you know, United Against Hate Week. It's a abstract, you know, idealistic concept. And you know, I think we're all in support of being against hate, which would mean being for love. But that one, whereas where it talks about the Kane County Board has experienced recent hate speech, yada, yada, that just kind of brings it more into a temporal, more specific moment. And I think also can be interpreted as what Mr. Young said is a attack or some kind of back and forth, which I know we all need less of, certainly.
Madam
So I
Chair.
would move to amend that we remove that whereas.
Comes will second that.
Okay,
Order.
hold on a second. We have a point of order, and I believe you've been looking for an amendment.
Yeah, that paragraph has been removed. That was not the final version. So
Okay.
that paragraph you're pointing to is not in the final version. And my amendment is that we replace what came out in the agenda with what was supposed to be the final version. That doesn't have that paragraph that you're
Okay.
trying to amend.
So the same thing. Yeah.
So is there a formal motion to adopt?
Just a clarification question.
It's not what I have here either. So that is a new printed copy.
It's on the board.
It's on.
My
I see
amendment
that.
would achieve the same result.
Yes, well,
So-
all right,
Real quick,
all right. Yes, sir.
please make your motion such that it adopts that at the top of the screen so that there are other changes, but they're all grammatical, stuff like that.
Okay.
But substantively, that is the change. So if you could just
Okay.
incorporate
Yeah.
it, Mavis, please second it,
Absolutely.
vote on it, and then we'll be done with the amendment.
So.
But my
you're-
motion is to
accept
replace
this
with
one.
what is on the screen there.
Okay, is there a second on that?
Bates second.
Ms. Bates, any discussion on this item? Thumbs? No?
No, I have a
Okay.
comment after.
Okay, so take the roll on the amendment to the proclamation.
Okay. So this is accepting that resolution being presented on the slide. Ellen,
Aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Doherty,
Pretty yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, aye.
Caius,
Yes, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Pennisis,
Hennessy's yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Just abstain.
abstain, okay. Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deputy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young. That passes.
And I can't read my last name. Has that been misspelled? It's got a red line on
Spell
it.
check
No,
doesn't
that's
recognize.
right.
It's right. spelled.
Is it right? Okay, very good. Ms. Juby.
Perhaps Madam Bates can explain that this, We Stand United Against Hate is a nationally recognized week put out by a nonpartisan organization. So maybe if you gave us a little background about how you came about this and other examples maybe of where this has been supported, it could relieve people who think it's a targeted move.
Thank you, Ms. Juby. Should I speak? This is a national movement. It's called We Stand Together Against Hate.org. It is a movement that has been adopted by many cities. Downers Grove is a close by one that I can think of. Many cities, many counties in the country have adopted this. It is not targeted at any individual. It has nothing to do with the blocking of free speech. Everyone supports free speech. We are supporting here, what we are supporting here is love, peace, and stopping the hate.
Okay. All right, last comment, please. Let's take the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to let everybody know I'm not immune to doing things that I shouldn't. So I'm the one that said the bad things earlier, and I want to apologize for those comments I made months ago. And I just want to get better. That's all. That's all I'm asking.
Very good. Can we begin? I think we've
No.
had Mr.
Point of order, there, for the Roberts Rules of Order, each individual can talk about a topic twice.
Correct. That's correct. I'd just like to expedite the meeting, sir. That's all. But if you'd like to continue the conversation.
Thank you. Well, I didn't,
recognize you.
well, you put it on the agenda. So I want to make an amendment to this. At the last, now therefore, at the very end, I want to put on and we stand united in upholding the First Amendment rights that protect freedom of speech and expression.
Gumsel, second.
Where do you want to put that?
The very bottom, after religion, after it says religion,
Okay.
comma, and we stand united in upholding the First Amendment rights that protect freedom of speech and expression.
And expression. Okay, there is a motion to amend this. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion on this? I see none. Then clerk, call the roll.
On the amendment.
On the amendment, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hang on. All right, Ellen.
Aye.
Bates,
Yes.
Doherty,
Already yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Ripe, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Chuby,
Guy.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Lena, yes.
Hennessis,
Hennessis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis,
Same.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Zeppy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
That passes.
All righty. All right, so now we've had two amendments to this proclamation. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The third whereas in the proclamation, I feel it's my own personal belief that it says, whereas Kane County Board has experienced recent, oh, you took that out?
Yeah, we took that out.
Okay.
It's this one up here that
Yes,
no one
thank you.
can see.
Never mind.
I just wanted to commend everyone on that. No.
Chair. So I think some good changes have been made, but I will not be supporting this proclamation despite the expectation on me as a Christ follower that I should pursue peace at all times. I believe this proclamation walks us down a slippery slope to restrict freedom of speech, even with the recent amendment. The implication that the county board has the right to interpret what is and isn't permitted speech couldn't be farther away of what should be our singular focus to use the funding that the taxpayers give us to provide county services in a cost-effective manner that empowers people in Kane to live their lives in peaceful productivity. Anyone that approaches that podium for public comment should not fear to speak their opinions or to worry that their comments are unacceptable, even if targeted at public officials, board members, or anyone else, regardless of how uncomfortable they make some or all of us feel. The 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution cannot guarantee equality, but does provide equality under the law. It is up to each of us as Americans to not discriminate against anyone for any reason, including their opinions that do not line up with ours. Finally, if we are encouraging good speech and habits, as we all should, we should make a proclamation for such as for an entire year and then renew it every following year.
Yes, sir.
I support the proclamation. This is a national event, and I'm glad that we're joining it. It does feel a little bit like it's aimed at David. And,
David made some comments that some of us deemed to be inappropriate. I, for one, gave a shot back. David and I are at peace with each other. And I think it's time for all the rest of us to be at peace with this situation. He said some things that sounded bad to some of us. I'm guessing that if he had to rewrite that, he might have rewritten it a little bit differently. Maybe not. Maybe he would stand on that. But we've talked about it. We've had public comments about it. We've accused people of bringing a proclamation about it. It's time to be done with, was that September 15th? I don't know when it was. Time to be done with that day, and let's get on with our work.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right. Is there anybody else? Yes, yes, ma'am.
Sonia Garcia, and I just want to go ahead and say that I really enjoy coming every single week and be part of the committee, be part of this board. I respect each of you. Right now, the circumstances that our country is going through, every time we express something, we must to be careful. How we say it, we do all have the right to express everything. It's just the way that we say it. And if we can just be aware of our surroundings and the people that is watching and hearing or listening to us, that's the only thing that I ask. That's being respectful to everybody else and working together. Again, I said it since day one. We're going to agree and disagree. But at the end of the day, we are people, and I really enjoy coming here to our board meetings with each of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. All right. We're done. Okay, very good. I think we can take the roll. And this is to pass the amended proclamation.
Allen, aye. Allen, aye. Okay, thank you. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Doherty,
Already know.
Garcia. Abstain.
Abstain.
Okay. Gripe,
Right, no.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Aye.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Hennessis,
Hennessis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Wait, let me put my proclamation jacket on and say I abstain.
okay. Tarver,
Yes.
Tepe,
Happy yes.
Williams,
Present.
and Young.
No.
You guys are making this difficult on me. I think it
Passes.
passes.
It passes. Okay, very good. All righty. I agree with all the comments that have been brought forward and the interesting comments from the public speakers who have all spoken. I'm going to badly paraphrase a quote that I heard from former Chief Judge Kennedy, who has been retired, and he's out now with a new book. But he says that why we should have the ability to comment upon each other's actions. And sometimes with anger, and sometimes with words we'd like to take back. But we always have to have respect for the person who is in that office and the weight that they carry on their shoulders. And to make sure that we don't try to rip that individual down, but to make sure that we support them because they are doing the work of the people, whether or not you agree with their policy, their beliefs. But they were duly elected, not by internal other politicians, but by a community of people who represents the citizenship. And the people who have elected all of us are the citizens of Kane County. And they're diverse, they're remarkable people, they're interesting, they're hardworking, and they want Kane County to be the best it can be. So the diversity of opinion going forward after this lengthy and very robust and sensitive conversation that we had should be respect to each other without the name calling, without vitriolic comments without making sure that we get in the heat of passion because of a horrible situation that happened. Murder is murder. It's violent. It's evil. Passionate as well. That we moderate our words to best represent the moderation that is here in Kane County. So it's my thought. With that, I'd like to move on now to our consent agenda. Would anybody like to pull something off of the consent agenda? I'll look to my left, Ms. Gums.
Madam Chair. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we need to pull 25-347 as an ordinance and 25-349 as an ordinance just for procedural reasons.
Okay, what numbers again are we looking at, please?
25-347 and 25-349 as they are ordinances.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, yes, sir.
At I think the state's attorney was going to opine whether we needed to do that. I don't know if Michelle, you received that information or not, but is that why you're pulling it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So if we can, do you want it, should we include it as part of the consent or do we need to pull it out?
It can be a part of the consent.
Okay.
Oh,
can't
I
be.
apologize. Then strike that. Reverse it.
Very good. Okay, excellent.
Madam Chair,
Okay,
Never mind.
Okay, very good. Yes, yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull 25-338.
Okay, hold on. Let me get caught up with you. Okay. Is there anything else, Mr. Tepe?
No.
Just that one? Anybody else wants to pull anything? See anybody online? All right, with that, could you call the roll, please? This is to approve the consent agenda without item number 25-338.
Alan moves.
Strathman will
Moves,
second.
okay. Who seconds?
Strathman. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Strathman.
Ellen.
Alan, aye.
Doherty.
Yes.
Doherty, yes.
Garcia.
Garcia, yes.
Wright.
Right, yes.
Gums.
Thumbs yes.
Iqbal.
Bond, yes.
Scooby.
Ruby, aye.
Caius.
Caius, yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Yes.
Linder.
Linda, yes.
Melina.
Yes.
Genesis.
Genesis, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman.
Yes.
Georges. Tarver.
Tarver, yes.
Tepe.
Tepe, yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Young. Passes.
Okay, very good. All right, may I please have I'd like to get through this one motion before we go into executive session. Oh my goodness, I'm looking for settlement of claims. I'd like to get through some of this since we've got people. We can go ahead. Okay, very
Madam
good.
Chair.
Yes, so let's bring up yours.
Okay, thank you.
Motion and a second. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 25-338?
Madam, I'd like to, Madam Chair,
Second.
I'd like to,
Hold on, we got to do a motion and a second even to discuss it. So we got who's
Right moves.
Gripe and second, please?
Genesis, second.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Tepe.
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend this motion as follows. Point one, to strike the amount $246,495.95 in the seventh whereas paragraph and replace it with $221,832.56. And two, strike the amount $239,230.95 in the resolution title and the eighth whereas clause and the resolve clause, and replace it with the amount $214,567.56.
Does everybody have that? Okay, and that was just an adjustment for bookkeeping?
Need a second? Somebody second?
Mr. Sanchez will second.
Yes.
Okay, these amounts this is just merely to correct the amounts, and all of this has gone through everyone, including the state's attorney.
All right, so we have a motion to amend. this resolution. Mr. Sanchez, and then second on that, or did Tepe? Tepe, did you make a motion? Made the motion. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, then we can take the vote on
The amendment,
on the amendment.
The amendment.
correct. Okay, for the amendment, Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
okay. Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Wright,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Chuby,
aye.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linda, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes.
Hennessis,
Hennessis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis, Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Steffi, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, that passes.
All right.
And as amended,
Okay, so we have, that one passes. Thank you. I'd like to go on now to the zoning petitions.
amended?
As amended. No, I'm sorry. Yes. All right, we have a lot of discussion today.
It's a long day. It's a long day.
No, it's only beginning. It's not even noon. All right, may I please have a motion to, pass this resolution as amended?
well, we already,
Like that, okay, now,
we moved.
I got it. Thank you. Let's take a vote on the resolution
As
as amended.
Correct.
Thank you.
There you go. Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Doherty. Mr.
Doherty, yes.
Doherty, thank you. Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Wright, Gums,
Comes, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Chuby,
aye.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
thank you. Leonard,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Alina,
Molina, yes.
Hennessis,
Yes.
Roth,
Roth. Yes.
thank you. Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman, Surgis, Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Yes.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
that passes.
I have sustenance now. Here we go. That concludes the one piece that's taken out of the consent agenda. I'd like to move now, with your permission, to move executive session to after we get through the zoning petitions, because we have concerned citizens who are waiting to have that discussion. So I will, do I have your approval to do that? That's everybody's fine? All right, let's move on to our zoning petitions so our residents can speak.
Chair. We have three matters for your consideration today. First is petition number 4665. Petitioner is Riverside Club for Adventure and Imagination. The property is located at 49W226 Jericho Road in Big Rock Township. The proposed use is special use DD. Other uses similar to those permitted herein as special uses in the F farming district. The 2040 plan identified the property as countryside estate residential proposed open space. There were a few area property owners objecting. The zoning board of appeals recommended approval with various stipulations which are within your packet. I would ask for a motion to approve in a second, and then I believe Dr. Iqbal will be introducing an amendment.
Strathman will second.
Strathman, alrighty. And you said that we have some proponents here to speak?
Before we get to that, Madam Chair, I think, Dr. Iqbal, did you have an
Yes, I
amendment
have
you
a
would
motion.
wish to make?
Yeah, Blair has the language.
Blair, can you pull up Mr. Iqbal's amendment?
Yeah, that's it. Madam Chair, could I speak?
Oh, that's it. Yes. Oh, of course, Mr. Iqbal. Yes, please.
If you look at the packet, there's a stipulation number 4, and that language we are modifying. If you have the second slide, please. At this point, the stipulation says no habitable structure shall be permitted within 100-year floodplain. And I propose to replace it with no permanent structure intended for overnight habitation shall be permitted within the 100-year floodplain. And that language was crafted by Jody in discussion with me, and the rationale behind is the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution that had a taking class, and we want to award that. And so we limit the prohibition to only overnight habitation. So no children can sleep in that structure, but during the day they can play ping pong, whatever they want. That's the language we are proposing. Jody or Mark can also speak on it.
All right. Mr. Williams, would you like to bring up staff?
If I could ask Ms. Walnick to come up and just address Dr. Iqbal's amendment.
Yeah.
Yes, we're in concurrence with Dr. Iqbal on this matter. Our stormwater ordinance does allow certain structures to be built in the floodplain. And in light of the federal changes that are going on with FEMA due to the camp tragedy in Texas, the prohibition of overnight habitation in the floodplain is kind of going through the process right now. So we want to make sure that we're ahead of that and making sure our citizens are safe. But this does, as Dr. Iqbal mentioned, allow for the other types of habitation to occur in that floodplain, ping pong or mess halls or whatever they want to do that follows our ordinance would still be allowable.
Are you moving it?
Yeah, I certainly want to move that.
I'll
amendment.
second the motion.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Thank you,
sir.
Madam Chair. I should know, but I don't. I see the intent of this. I think it makes sense. It's good to have places where kids could use during the day, but wouldn't sleep in overnight. But I'm assuming that during waking hours, that if a flood was coming, we're assuming we could get everybody out of there in time, whereas if they were all sleeping, it would be a problem. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair Gums,
Ms. Combs, yes, ma'am.
I would just like to applaud Jody. This is great forward thinking.
We have a couple speakers here. If
Yes,
pleases the board, I'd invite them up.
These are.
Oh, we need to
proposed.
vote on the amendment first, correct?
Okay, so could we have a motion and a second to discuss that amendment? We have. So I'd like to have a roll call, please, to approve the
Okay.
amendment.
Okay, this is for the amendment only. Ellen?
Alan, aye.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Doherty? Doherty?
yes.
Thank you. Garcia?
Garcia, yes.
Gripe?
Right. Yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal?
Yes.
Chuby?
QBI.
Caius?
Caius, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Linda, yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Hennessis?
Hennessis, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Sturgis? Tarver?
Carver, yes.
Tepe?
Tepe, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Passes.
All right, so that passes. And you'd like to bring up the
Public
proponents?
comment, please.
Yes.
Our first speaker is Kara Comer.
Hello, my name is Kara Comer. I have one son currently in the Riverside Boys Program and several who have already graduated. I have children in the Riverside Theater Program. I cannot adequately explain what Riverside has meant to my family. Riverside creates a culture that is truly magical. It draws the children into a world of imagination and adventure, all the while subtly teaching them the most formational and essential tools for living fully. Sometimes education can have an assembly line feel, but the three tutors, Peter, Wesley, and Liam, have a true gift for presenting the outdoors, creative writing, and timeless literature, craft, and music in the most captivating and engaging ways. And the boys look up to them and consider them role models and friends. And in our current culture, it's amazing to think that the tutors educate these boys in a hands-on, tech-free, screen-free way, which is priceless. There is so much to say about the way Riverside educates with beauty, but I have specific zoning comments as well. I was present at the zoning hearings as well as the recent development board hearing. And thank you, by the way, for working with us to simplify the floodplain hiccup. I agree, that's forward thinking. The few objections raised by the neighbors, which really were scant and rather minor in my opinion, have been more than adequately addressed. On a daily basis, Riverside would have 10 to 12 cars dropping children off in the morning and about the same number of cars picking up in the afternoon. In my own home, I host several families every Friday for a homeschool co-op, and we have about 10 cars parked on the property every day. We have less than 1 acre. Riverside has around 20. There's only one large Riverside event in September that would require parking accommodations for a crowd, and Riverside has been hosting this event for over 10 years. The Riverside dads, including a few police officers, have this down pat. There's no surprises, no difficulties, and nothing really arises when they're at the helm. All that Riverside does is in tune with nature, never destroying the natural habitat of a property, only beautifying it. And Riverside is ever respectful of neighbors, noise, privacy, etc. This is not a new entity. It has been operating out of St. James Church in Lamont for years, which backs up to the Cook County Forest Preserve property. Never once was there an issue. Riverside also operated out of the Mays Lake Peabody Estate in Oak Brook for years, and again, never an issue. Several prominent members of Big Rock who are involved in organizing Big Rock community events and are familiar with the logistical implications of events like these have been incredibly supportive of Riverside. The Big Rock Fire Chief, who has been on property several times, also attended the hearings and saw no reason for concern over this current petition. The only changes Riverside would bring to the Big Rock community would be subtle and positive. We leave a small but lovely footprint. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Agnes Denise I apologize, Ferraguya. You have 3 minutes, please.
Hi, I live about a half a mile down the road from the property. The Riverside Club for Adventure and Imagination created an immersive experience in September that I was allowed to attend to celebrate Bilbo Baggins' 111th birthday. The moment I entered the Shire, I was transported into Tolkien's realm where hobbits were gathered to enjoy the festivities and merriment. 2 young hobbits welcomed me, took the jugs of apple cider I carried, and invited me to a cool drink. The atmosphere was joyful, abundant with smiles, and interspersed with laughter. The adventure unfolded as families mingled under colorful lights, attired in capes, robes, and flowing skirts. Walking by the performance area, I felt the excitement building as the boys prepared. The spirit of camaraderie was everywhere as they practiced and laughed together in anticipation of their role in the evening's portrayal of the epic narrative. Community and generosity overflowed on the tables laden with stews, meat pies, and desserts. Sharing a meal together fostered conversation and connection as we were present with one another. I was welcomed to a table by Shepard, Dominic, Joaquin, Thomas, and Daniel. In moments, we were engaged in conversation. Please remember these boys were between the ages of 8 and 13. These young lads were confident, sincere, and comfortable speaking with someone they had just met. Each was respectful, mature beyond their years, and told me of their experience, responsibility, and obligation to uphold the principles of the brotherhood. I was touched by their collective recognition of how special Riverside Club was and the difference it has made for each of them. That evening, I was just so magical. I really experienced the Riverside Club connection between learning, imagination, family culture, and faith. The message presented in song, dance, and drama instilled many memories. I came curious, and I left totally inspired. Riverside is community and relationships, immersive and engaging, inclusive and amazing. Riverside is unique and incredible, creative and imaginative. Riverside is an enrichment opportunity for kids that I wholeheartedly welcome to my neighborhood on Jericho Road in Big Rock. My hope is that the county board will support their special use petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Leonard.
Madam Chair, thank you. This is in my district and I support it. Look forward to getting this approved.
We have two
Thank
more
you.
speakers, Madam Chair.
Two more.
Oh, I'm
speakers,
sorry, I
please.
didn't know.
Okay. Next speaker is Peter Searby.
Hello, members of the board. Peter Serby. I founded Riverside 11 years ago. I want to keep this brief because I know you guys have been here for a while, and I really appreciate you putting the petition before the closed session. That was really nice of you. We're an enrichment program that inspires boys and girls to join fellowships of creative endeavor through the creative arts, outdoor adventure, and craftsmanship. That's our whole mission. And for 11 years, I've been trying to find a property, especially in Kane County, that's a country oasis without any close neighbors, so that we can run an inspiring program in a beautiful country oasis to inspire kids and families for many years to come. And this property is absolutely perfect for us. And we've worked with the ZBA and the development committee. I've even invited neighbors over to my house, my immediate neighbors, and told them everything about us and willing to invite them to activities that we have and enjoy it. So we're opening up this beautiful property to many Kane County families and bringing in a lot of families even from other counties to enjoy Kane County and the beauty that it has. I'm not going to do a miracle on 34th Street thing and dump these over somebody, but these are over 100 support letters from our students and parents. There was a bunch I sent through email. I'd love to give them to you because they're embellished on the envelope with art of the property that each of them considers holds in their heart as something that inspires them. So that's all I'd like to
Mr. Van
say.
Kerkhoff is sitting right there. You can give it to him.
Oh, I can give it to him. Okay. I think you all would enjoy seeing them. That's all I'd like to say because I don't want to take too much time here for you, but I think there might be some other speakers.
Thank
as
you.
well.
We have one more speaker that I see, Mata Hernan.
Just a quick point, if after I'm finished, we did have one more speaker that said that he wrote his name down, if that's okay with everyone. After a morning of discussion about hate, I would just like to let you know that the Riverside Club is all about adventure and imagination and raising beautiful young children to become confident young men and women. By way of quick introduction, I've been with Riverside from its inception more than a decade ago as a parent, a volunteer, a collaborator, and now as an employee. My two oldest children, who are now in college, were among the first to participate in Riverside's flagship program, Tutorial. And I'd like to share just a really quick story from those early times. One day when I arrived to pick them up, they bounded out and proudly presented to me a bone in a Ziploc baggie. They had found a dead turtle by the lake and had extracted the jawbone as a prize. One of the teachers came along and simply said, "You might want to soak that in bleach overnight." And bleach it we did. I consider myself to be a fairly adventurous woman, but if I'd come across the deceased turtle with them on a family hike, I'd have shooed them away. Was I disgusted? Absolutely. But I was also so thankful to Riverside for providing a place where my boys could explore nature in a way that satisfied their curiosity. One of the main things that attracted me to Riverside initially was this idea of letting boys live out boyhood to its fullest. I could see in my boys, particularly one of them, a natural restlessness and a need to be active and challenged. The properties Riverside has been renting do have had places to hike, but other outdoor activities and naturalist studies often had to take place off-site, which was cumbersome and sometimes expensive. This is one of the main reasons why Riverside has been searching for exactly the right property to make our forever home. Now, when I pick up my current 10-year-old son, he is exhausted and happy from being on the land, but yet he still gets into our carpool and the boys begin a new adventure, the imaginative one. They make up and play choose your own path stories the entire 45-minute drive home. And this is the second component to what the Riverside Club is about, imagination. It inspires the young to see what is good, true, and beautiful, while the spirit of adventure gives them the courage to venture out and find it. Riverside seeks to be a conduit for helping the young not only find their creative gifts, but to be brave enough to use these gifts to fill what they see as lacking in the world. The perfect house for Riverside needed to be a space yearning to be transformed into a place filled with creative settings where the imagination can take flight. The home we have purchased in Big Rock has just enough rooms in one of the wings for each of our 3 age groups to have their own base. These rooms are currently being turned into Neverland, a medieval realm, and a captain's quarters. Why? Because finding ways to engage the young during their formative years should be at the forefront of the heart and mind of every educator. What better way to do this than to design places of learning that help them see through the brick and mortar of this world to the landscape of imagination? In the house, there's also a beautiful space surrounded by windows for naturalist studies, a great room that serves as the commons for gathering all together, a dining room that we've turned into a place called the Green Dragon, and a spacious garage that has become a workshop. Can I finish?
Yeah, sure.
Briefly, please.
Very, very quick. For outdoor adventuring, there's a pond, garden plots, fruit trees, a large front lawn for sports, and the list goes on. In closing, we seek to be good neighbors, to be a part of the Big Rock community, good stewards of the land, and to truly have a place to call home, one where Riverside can continue to inspire a new generation of boys.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think this is a place where we should all go.
Was there another speaker? Sir, do you have, please state your name and your address.
Yeah, can we go?
My name is Nick Bostic. I am a neighbor. I was unaware of what Riverside was. I'm a father of 8, so I felt as though it was my duty to look into what Riverside was. So I had Peter over at my house. He had me at his property. I fully endorse the approval of this permit. Not only that, I've enrolled my oldest son as well. That it's completely blown me away. And I want this, and I'm grateful that this is in our neighborhood. Furthermore, last thing, 2 common themes I've heard as I've been sitting here for the last 2 hours is an issue, an epidemic with our youth, whether that's suicide, depression, any of those problems. And I've also seen an attempt to legislate morality through proclamations or through other means. I implore all of you, if you want to make a difference, if you want to help society and our youth, approve this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready for the vote unless anyone has any questions.
Okay.
Actually, Ms. Juby has a question.
Ms. Juby has a comment, please.
I do have a question. Is this program licensed or accredited in any way?
Mr. Serby, please come up. I think
You'll
you
have to
need
come
to
up.
address this question.
We are not a school, it's an enrichment program. So we really only do craftsmanship program, usually woodworking and storytelling, all different types of storytelling. I've written 9 musicals and a book recently, and I teach the kids and train the teachers how to tell stories through film, theater, live radio shows, everything from puppetry to outdoor theater. We also do naturalist studies and outdoor adventures, similar to what the Scouts have done for many years with reconnecting kids with nature. And so we're not an accredited institution. It's merely a supplemental education program for those that are either in school or homeschooled, however they want to enrich their education at Riverside.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, of course.
So there is no accreditation through an organization like music, like Kinder Music accredits there's teachers, or a lot of theater programs accredit people. You don't have any of that?
We are not accredited in
Okay,
that
thank
manner,
you.
no.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Tarver.
I've actually been thinking about how I was going to word this, and we had an opportunity to speak this week. We talked a lot today about unity, diversive, inclusiveness in our county. And I appreciate my colleagues for having that discussion. And I'm looking at the website, and it does say our civilization is at a crossroads, and it is vital that we pass on the cultural memory encouraged by the permanent things of life, which guide us all on the adventurous pilgrimage to our heavenly home. But one of the things I learned in our conversation is that outdoor program, correct me if I'm wrong, is for boys only.
We have a boys program, and some of the speakers here are speaking primarily about that program. It's called the Riverside Tutorial, but we have other programs that are co-ed. And so we have basically theater is co-ed, our creative arts program is co-ed, we just, years ago, I decided to start something that focused on helping boys because there's been an epidemic for many years of serious distraction in school, the amount of restlessness that a young boy can have in a passive learning environment, and the good that hands-on learning can do for that boy. So I crafted a program, I curated it with, after years of teaching in schools. I taught for 15 years at a top school in Maryland and one in Connecticut, one in Illinois. And so after all those years, I decided there was something missing in a lot of the schools, even though I appreciated those schools in many ways, but I wanted to add something else that I thought was missing, and that was the creative element, the outdoor adventure, and working with your hands to make and build things. So that's why I started it.
And I do appreciate, just as a follow-up, being from the scouting community myself, I have 2 sons that are Eagle Scouts, certainly understand the work that you're doing, but also recognize too that how the scouting community has adjusted that opportunity for that outdoor enrichment. And whether we vote yes or no in favor of this, I would just encourage that opportunity for all of our youth for the reasons explained by other people too, whether it's outdoor enrichment, mental health awareness, all those opportunities, not just in the theater, but I think people of all ages need to learn those and receive those from adult mentors. I also work in a school, so I understand and appreciate the work and the effort that you do, but that'd be my only concern, is providing that opportunity equal for all members of our county. So I appreciate your time.
Are you referring to girls?
The
or-
outdoor adventure that I
Oh.
think is specifically for boys.
Sure. I actually started a girls program years ago because all the parents were asking me to, and we started it, but it was so good. And the woman that ran it did it so well that I just gave it to her and I said, you can run this. You don't need me managing you on how to teach girls. And she does an amazing, so we gave birth to a girls program that actually is wonderfully enriching and is now growing. And that sometimes happens with a creative community. Your creativity gives birth to new fruits, and you let those live. And it's been thriving since she took the hold of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there, yes, ma'am.
This is Alan. I'm lucky enough to have lived by the Elgin Academy in Elgin, which educated and raised kids for more than a century. And one of the things that they did, because the people who could afford to send their kids to the Elgin Academy were largely people who were real successful in business, were frequently generational members of the community and so on. And one of the things that the academy did was they wanted their students to be comfortable with kids who are not like them. So I'm just going to say, in addition to this fabulous program that you're praising, could you also use some of your scholarship money maybe to bring in people who are different, so that we know that people who don't look like us or who are raised in different circumstances or educated differently are actually just other people?
Yeah, all are welcome. We love all the kids that come in. So I agree with you. We do music. I'm a musician on the side in several bands, and I run a music fest it was at Cantini for many years, and we raise money through a music fest to afford scholarships for those who need it. So
I have a question, and I appreciate Ms. Juby bringing that up, and I do not have the answer to this, and perhaps that was already investigated during your meetings. The licensing, you're working with children. Do you have a license from the state to operate and to work with these children? Just curious.
we're a private institution, and I hire people that are very experienced teachers, and they go through, like any good employment, background check, and they have to take child caution safety courses and pass those. But in general, this is a private institution that I actually created after teaching for many years, and what I hope is wisdom and prudence in starting something for kids is its guiding.
Well, I think it's it sounds like an amazing program, but it's just the licensing. I know daycares have to be licensed. There can be private daycares that are not, but there are licensed daycares as well. Is there any restrictions for this?
There's no restrictions. There's no licensing requirements, just the special use permit.
All right. Okay, it's Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was going to ask if this was in any way informed by the Waldorf educational model, but I looked on your website and I see it's not, but there are some similarities that I see there, which I think are really good. And as somebody who was recently roped into performing in a musical, I see you do stage combat, and I'm just interested if
yes.
there's adult programming available. I could use a little help.
Brown, my teacher who specializes in that, would love to run that for any adults who want to do stage combat. But yes, Waldorf is an amazing pedagogy that has informed me.
All right, well, as I mentioned before, if the board decides to pass this, thing, perhaps you can ask us all to attend for a day of enrichment. We ready to call the question?
Go.
Yes.
I think we're ready to
Yeah,
call the
okay.
questions.
Call the roll, please.
Okay, this is petition 4665 with the amendment. Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Chuby.
No.
All right. Hang on one second. Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis, Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Penesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis, Tarver,
Carver, no.
I'm sorry,
No.
No. Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Yes.
That passes.
Okay, it passes. All right, we'll have a date with you in the near future.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item for your consideration is zoning petition number TMP 25 1069. Petitioner is Michael Bohannick. Property is located at 50W 760 Scott Road in Big Rock Township. Proposed relief is requesting rezoning from the F Farming District to F1 District Rural Residential to create a new residential parcel on the northwest portion of the property. The existing home will be the subject of a second F1 rezoning, which will keep this portion of the property in conformance for continued residential use. The 2040 plan identifies this property as agricultural. There was one objector. The zoning board of appeals recommended approval with various conditions that are set forth in your packet, and the development committee recommended approval as well. I don't believe there is anybody that's signed up to speak. I'll make a motion to approve.
Leonard will second.
Mr. Leonard, discussion? Yes, sir.
Could you give us just a brief idea of what the objector's objection was about?
My recollection is that the lady drove by the property and didn't want to see another house as she drove by the property.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mr. Leonard, is this in your district and are you in favor of it?
Yes, it is, and yes, I am.
Thank you.
Any other questions? With not, clerk call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, aye.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Chuby,
I.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis, here, Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Penesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe, Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
It passes.
The next item for your consideration is zoning petition number TMP 25 1135, petition number 4666. The petitioner is SVCSG Wilson School Solar LLC. The property is located on the south side of Highland Avenue, 0.7 miles west of Randall Road in Elgin Township, Kane County, Illinois. The proposed use is a special use permit in the F Farming zoning district to allow for the development of a commercial solar energy facility. The 2040 plan identifies the property as resource management. There are several objectors to the project, some of whom are in the audience today. The zoning board of appeals recommended approval, ordered nothing. The development committee did not recommend approval. It failed 2 yes and 7 no. I would make a motion to approve and ask for a second, and we can have the objectors come up.
Alan moves.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Bates seconds.
We already have a second to Ms. Allen, but thank you. Okay, yes, sir.
Rick, whose district is this?
Mr. Tepes.
Mr. Tepes, thank you. Mr. Tepe, are you in support?
No.
Thank you.
No. Okay.
Our first speaker is Mr. Bruce Wright. And the record should also reflect that the objectors have filed various emails that are in the packet. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Wright.
Hi, we sent you guys pictures, via email, and we also passed out flyers to you. This is a comparable.
Can you use the setup? Let's get a little bit closer to the microphone, sir.
You got it. This is a comparable solar facility to the one proposed next to us. It was approved in Kane County under petition number 4607 Muirhead Road in Plato Township. The facility is maintained by Sunbest. These pictures are evidence that the ground cover is now sparse or dead. Pictures were taken on 9/15 of 25. It's a potential fire hazard. Edward Butts, in his testimony for petition 4607, was expecting a field of flowering pollinator-friendly prairie grasses. Why should the residents of Highland Acres trust that a similar facility managed by the same company, Sunbest, will maintain a living, robust buffer for the next 30 years life of this project? Why should the residents of West Highland Acres trust that the ground cover won't be a fire hazard? We cannot allow a visual burden of this industrial site to fall upon the homeowners simply because the developer fails to replace dead or diseased trees in a timely manner. The petitioner's language regarding long-term maintenance is insufficient. The screening is critical requirement of the special use. Let's talk about vegetative screening on there. The petitioner offers a promise of continuous line of native evergreen foliage and shrubs to screen the required 8-foot high perimeter, not cattle fence, and the thousands of industrial panels. Our concerns are that in a real world precedent and flawed planning. The buffer plants submitted are emerald green arborvitae, which is a 4-foot minimum, which is highly flammable and will take years to grow to the height to be a buffer. Also, the arrowhead verbatim takes 7 to 8 years for maturity, which will not be a buffer for many years. No glare studies were provided by the petitioner claiming the buffer would be a protection and distance to the residents and type of panels. This is flawed planning. So the facility will be seen by non-participating residents. This is the wrong site for a facility next to an existing residential subdivision. The failure of the landscaping ensures the solar farm will be unreasonably detrimental to the enjoyment, property values, and safety of our homes. Kane County Standards A and B. The petitioner wants this to be a legacy. This is all about money. This is our home. We urge you to deny petition 4666. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The next speaker is Sharon Wright. Ms. Wright, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Sharon. First of all, I want to give you all condolences for your loss. My home is located at the corner, or I should say, the end of Jackson Drive. And our home is going to be flanked by 2 proposed solar facilities. One that you have voted down, 4661. That's at TNT Howard. It was voted down on the 9th. But I should say, I'm sorry, August 12th. But he's also wants a resubmittal on September 9th, but has canceled to resubmit at a later date. Please remember that you have local discretion. The state statute, it does not mandate approval and does not override the Kane County's authority to evaluate this petition against its own local non-restrictive zoning standards of special use. 63 residents of West Highland Acres in our neighborhood has objected this facility. Property values will decrease based on commercial solar facility in our backyard that will be visible to all our neighbors despite the proposed buffer. And we've given evidence, Vince has, at the ZBA, he's given 3 studies on it. This commercial solar facility will obstruct the future plans given by the city of Elgin for single detached homes. The fear that the solar project undermines the long-term residential character and potential for subsequent housing development. You must consider, I must still consider whether the use conflicts with orderly building development and general welfare, a point central to the Kane County Special Use Standards, A and C. The purpose of this special use is to ensure that the specific location and operation potentially, Special use is to ensure the specific location and operation is potentially incompatible use meets local public interest standards, Kane County Standard A and C. West Highland Acres currently has a drainage problem due to the Burnage farm drainage tiles. The flooding happened in past years, and if this solar facility gets new tiles, drainage tiles, it would exacerbate the commercial our properties. It would make things worse. And Jennifer Rhymes spoke about this at the VBA. We are concerned about our safety due to solar fires like Lily Lake in 2021. Also, if a tornado hits or a microburst strike in the site, being so close to our homes. Kane County had 4 tornadoes, 1 microburst last year alone in 2024. Just so you know, this solar system is also next to the Night Crow pipe main lines. So
Thank
we've
you,
never
Ms. Wright.
received a response.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jay Nyhouse. Niehus.
I'm not Jay. Jay advised me just a little while ago that he cannot make it.
Did you sign up to speak, sir?
I did, yes.
What's your name?
Vincent Argento.
Yes, you are signed up. Please proceed.
Okay, may I borrow a minute of Jay's time? I might
I'm
go
sorry,
over.
we don't allow for that.
No, you
Okay.
you have 3 minutes, sir.
Afternoon. 7 of the 9 members of the Planning and Development Committee thoroughly reviewed this application. Voted to recommend denial. That's a strong, well-informed majority, and their reasoning deserves to stand. The applicant, and I've heard a few others at the last board meeting on this issue, have suggested that state law mandates approval if the technical standards in the state statute are met. That's simply not the case, and here's why. Can you pull up the statute for me, please? I tendered it this morning. Subsection G of the state statute says applications shall be approved if they comply with 3 things: this act, the zoning ordinance adopted consistent with this code, and state and federal regulations. Those words matter. This act refers to the state's technical standards for solar facilities. This code refers to the entire Illinois county's code, including the Kane County zoning code. Under basic rules of statutory construction, when the legislature uses different words, they mean different things. The legislature deliberately separated the state technical standards from the local zoning standards. And that intention, they did that intentionally. When the state law was debated, its sponsors repeatedly said it creates guardrails, not mandates. Senator Bill Cunningham and Representative Robin Gable both stated that local control remains, that's you guys, and that counties retain responsibility for the permitting decisions. Subsection C of the statute also explicitly requires public hearings and county level review. And that brings us to the key question. Why would the legislature require public hearings, input, and authority if the county board has no discretion to consider that input? Well, the answer is simple. You do have that discretion and you're expected to use it. Now, focusing on the LaSalle factors, let me be specific about why planning and development got it right when they reviewed all of the evidence that had been presented and concluded that this location was simply not the place for an industrial solar farm. It's going to have an impact on the property values. A May 2025 University of Wyoming study analyzed 16,000 home sales and found an 8 to 14% decline in the value of homes. It's going to impede the orderly development. City of Elgin's here. They're going to tell you how they have this plan for residential housing. Most importantly, it's going to impair the use and enjoyment of other property in the vicinity. May I wrap it up?
Briefly, sir, please.
7 of the 9 members already applied to county zoning standards. Vern Tepe has indicated he's against this. This is not the place for a solar farm. I urge the board to exercise its discretion and deny this petition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Mylott. Thank you, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the County Board. My name is Mark Millat. I'm the Director of Community Development for the City of Elgin. City of Elgin objects to the development of this property as a solar farm. The subject property is less than 150 feet from the Elgin city limits, and a solar farm risks cutting off a critical path for future annexation of more than 600 acres of land extending west to Coombs and south to Route 20 that the city and county have logically planned to be developed with single-family homes. Elgin has designated the subject property as single-family detached in its future land plan, as has the county, placing it in the critical growth area in the Kane County 2040 plan. The city appreciates the environmental value that solar farms provide, but the proposed location of this solar farm is detrimental to other equally important goals. The Chicago Tribune reported in June that Illinois faces a severe housing shortage that is escalating affordability challenges. The article estimates the state is already short 142,000 housing units and needs to build 227,000 units in the next 5 years to keep pace with demand. It's not unreasonable to suggest that the subject property could yield over 120 homes. Approval of this zoning petition removes land that is well suited for housing, further decreasing the future supply of housing and exacerbating already sky-high housing costs. Interestingly, I had the pleasure to speak with planners from the Chicago Metropolitan Area Planners Association who are working with Kane County and Kane County staff on a housing readiness project, the purpose of which is to remove barriers to housing development and help communities meet housing needs for the future. The proposed special use fails at least one of the county's standards, as this special use will impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties. The property owner suggests that he attempted to secure an easement from Sandy Creek's estate subdivision to provide a future sanitary sewer connection to his property to provide for future residential development. But because the Sandy Creek Estates Homeowners Association was unwilling to grant that easement, he had no choice but to pursue the solar farm. That is not the only solution to provide a sanitary sewer connection to the subject property. Sewer could be routed through a planned but unbuilt Trinity Chase subdivision just a bit further to the south, or the property owner or an adjacent property owner could provide their own lift station and pump effluent to an existing sewer stub that is already at the end of Chase Lane in the Sandy Creek's estate subdivision. Thank you again for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dolores Argento. Ms. Argento, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. While I was collecting more than 60 signatures on a petition against this project, I encountered a neighbor that listened to me patiently. When I finished, he gave a long stare, then said, "I install solar panels for a living, but I'm going to sign your petition because it absolutely does not belong in this spot." The evidence against putting a commercial solar installation on this property is so very clear. This man was willing to sign against his own interests. Why would an industrial solar farm not be a good choice in this spot? We are a half a mile west of Randall Road in a critical growth area. Our neighborhood allows families to live in a relaxed green space with plentiful wildlife, yet everything that a family needs on a daily basis is close by. We're 5 to 10 minutes from Metra, the tollway, shopping, religious services, 2 hospitals, and specialty medical care. For these reasons, this is a highly desired residential area. Locking up vast acreage with solar panels for the next 35 years would be a poor choice. In addition, we have submitted 3 studies that show residential property loses 8 to 12% in value within a half a mile of a solar farm. That is $60,000 to $70,000 in equity per resident dissolved. We take a huge financial hit with zero benefit. It's obvious that a buyer would not want to choose a home located within a few hundred feet of an industrial complex that poses so much risk to health and property. Lastly, I have submitted an international paper regarding the underreported fire risk from these installations. This report states that the fire frequently extends beyond the area of origin. Our homes are a mere 200 to 300 feet in proximity. Fires can be caused by a multitude of reasons, including aging equipment, electrical shorts, damaged wiring, poor installation, weather events, and water creeping into the DC isolators. These fires spread rapidly, fueled by endless DC electricity flowing from solar cells into conductive wiring, running throughout the structural mounts, and are difficult to extinguish. Because firefighters must use highly toxic chemicals to extinguish these fires, well water contamination from melted plastics, PFAS, metals, and other health hazardous chemicals is a strong concern. Remediation could far exceed the required liability limits of the solar farm insurance policy. There is also a main gas line in close proximity, so even a small leak could make the situation explosive. Flooding has been a chronic problem in this neighborhood since the day it was built. I've spent several hours in discussion with the water department regarding this issue. Even if the petitioner agrees to stop draining the farm into our backyards, there are still other factors that contribute to the flooding problem. Again, this amount of water will increase fire risk for the installation. I won't spend a lot of time on the obvious risk from a tornado as weather events become more extreme. This past June in North Dakota, there was an EF5 event where winds were recorded in excess of 200 miles an hour. These panels are rated for 140. Can I just say the end
Briefly,
of it?
ma'am, please.
Finish, please.
Board members, we are simple residents without the deep pockets to hire a team of lawyers to argue our case. However, it should be abundantly clear that the petitioner has not met special use permit standards A, B, and C. The risk of property damage, well water, and soil poisoning from a fire and escalating insurance premiums due to these risks can unfairly burden the residents and make it impossible for people to stay in their own homes. I implore you to vote against this petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Jennifer Rhymes.
You can give it to Mr. Van Kerkhoff and he'll pass it out for us.
Valerie, can you bring up my PowerPoint?
Larry?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Rhymes.
Can you
I'm a
get closer
resident.
to the microphone, ma'am? It's hard to
Sure.
hear you.
How's this?
That's much better. Thank you.
All right. My name is Jennifer Rhymes. I'm a resident that butts up right against the farm. I want to say hello. I want to note that special use standard B says it should not be injurious. Oh, can you go to page 2? To the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity. I'm on almost 2 acres of land. If you look at up there at those pictures on page 2, house yard looks minuscule next to the proposed solar farm. Why does this have to be so close to a residential area? They made the case there is plenty of land for Elgin to develop. Well, there is still plenty of other farmland not next to residential areas that they can put solar farms on. It worked on Muirhead Road, where they have a farm there. 9,000 plus solar panels for 30 plus years will be injurious to the enjoyment of the properties in the immediate vicinity. My home is 301 feet from the farm, but in the second picture in the bottom, you will see it's less than 50 feet away from my backyard. And you can see from my view, the farm is in visible view of my house. Page 3, please. These are some other pictures from my house and my backyard of the farm. You can see I will have full view of that solar farm. Page 4, wildlife impact. By changing the land, solar farms can create microclimate changes and other negative impacts, thus reducing biodiversity. The high reflectivity of the solar panels paired with large number of panels in the solar farms causes a microclimate change known as the heat island effect. This occurs because the panels only absorb a fraction of the sunlight that reflect onto them, and the remaining energy sifts into the environment as heat. The panel also heats the surrounding air, which negatively affects the quality and has a ripple effect on the area's ecosystem. This can have negative impacts on habitat, behavioral changes, nesting sites, foraging grounds, mating or breeding habits. It can cause collisions due to reflection. All the pictures that you see here have been taken from my backyard. The animals over the years, cranes, turtles, coyotes, hawks, migrating birds, etc. They will be impacted. Page 5. I'm going to quickly go over this. There's a lot on this. What I want to point here is the special use standard B also says it should not substantially diminish and impair property values. Aside from the studies mentioned that it can reduce our values 10 to 12%, I want to mention that this project description says Sunvest Solar LLC is doing business as SVCSG Wilson School Solar LLC. That is an affiliate of Sunvest. So the liability will not be on Sunvest. It will be with SVCSG Wilson School Solar, which means if Wilson School Solar LLC goes bankrupt, there will be a solar farm junkyard behind my house. What happens to the values of our homes then? In summary, I'm going to skip over the rest. In summary, please vote to deny petition 466. Solar energy is an important step towards a sustainable future. However, this project is in the wrong project in the wrong place. The environmental, financial, and community impacts are too significant to overlook. Thank you for your time, service, and thoughtful consideration. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Is Ellie Warner here on this petition? Okay, I think this is just an erroneous.
I am.
Oh, are you here on this petition, ma'am?
I am not on this petition. No, that was just for public comment.
Okay, we
We
had
concluded public comment, ma'am.
No
I can-
worries. I can wait till next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Warner.
Yeah.
I believe the last two speakers are the representatives of the petitioner. If the petitioner would like to step up, I have James Griffin and Bill French.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jim Griffin. I'm with the law firm of Shane Banks here on behalf of the applicant. I have Bill French, the lead project developer, with me. Also, Charles Burnage, the property owner, is here. Bill can answer any questions you may have specifically about this project. This project is proposed to occupy 48 acres of land. It is surrounded by hundreds of acres of other agricultural undeveloped land within the vicinity. There was a public hearing, of course, before the Zoning Board of Appeals, as there is on all of these community solar projects. The application was reviewed by the ZBA, and the ZBA reviewed and took in the evidence that was presented at the hearing. That evidence included information that the project exceeded the minimum setback standards required in the Kane County zoning ordinance. The project provided required landscape screening, and the project met all of the other design requirements under the Kane County zoning ordinance. The ZBA considered the application, considered the evidence, and found that the standards under the Kane County zoning ordinance were satisfied. And there was no contrary evidence to support a finding that they were not satisfied. When the standards under your ordinance are met, the application should be approved, as that is the purpose for establishing such standards and for having an application and a public hearing to determine if those standards are met. And while we recognize there are objectors at the hearing and here today, what you did not hear is specific evidence that was at the Zoning Board of Appeals hearing that would support a contrary conclusion to what the Zoning Board of Appeals recommended. And that's the whole purpose of the public hearing process. So here the evidence supports one outcome, which is supported by the recommendation of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Sunvest is an experienced, successful developer, has developed projects in Kane County and throughout Illinois. This will be another successful project if it is approved by the board, and we respectfully request approval. And Mr. French can answer any questions you may have about the specifics of this project.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, Surges and Chairman, I have it's great to see you, Jim. I have a conflict and must recuse myself from any
Thank you.
further
Thank you
actions.
for sharing that. All right, anything else, sir?
I think we should, we're open for discussion or questions of the petitioner.
Are there any, yes, of course.
I'd like to hear more from Mr. Tepe if possible.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you'd like,
He would like.
Hear more of your objection.
I'll be happy to talk now or talk later.
Well, we're in discussion,
We're
Mr.
in
Tepe.
Discussion, Mr.
I-
Tepe.
Talk now.
There's a motion to approve a second, so we're in discussion.
And
Okay.
there's a question asked of you.
I've been very consistent in my opinion associated with solar projects, and that is when they are directly adjacent to a subdivision, I find that it changes the whole nature of the land. Okay. This is just immediately adjacent to a, well-established subdivision. Okay. Additionally, the objection from the city of Elgin, particularly wherein the area is virtually surrounded by the city of Elgin and surrounded by development. This is prime space for development. I know that some people say, gee, this is better than development of houses, for example. I don't happen to agree with that. So I am against this, okay, and would be against any solar project that was like this.
Okay. All right. That is his answer. Yes, ma'am.
I generally, this is Alan, and I generally agree with this assessment because the state of Illinois said we should all support solar, and we were very grateful that the county had the foresight to put special use provisions in place so that our major consideration is for our neighbors. We want to see them protected. We want to see them happy. Can I ask, Blair, can you pull up page 715 on the packet?
What page number?
I think it's that one. Well, the reason that I think that this one is okay is because I think that this project protects the nearest neighbors in 3 different ways. I was kind of interested and wanted to go and see the site because you'll notice that half the property is farmland and half of it is woods. And I was thinking to myself, you want to develop this property, you'd have to take down that woods, and generally we don't want to do that kind of thing. So that's why I went out to investigate it and see what was going on. And if you can tell on the east side where the neighbors are, there is a tree line along most of that property. And that tree line is the same old growth trees that the woods are. I noticed that a number of, let's see, let me start here. Between the farm field and the subdivision is a 65-foot gas pipe easement, a 10-foot water pipe easement, plus the perimeter around the development itself. So 65, 75, at least 85 feet. Now, as our neighbors sometimes do, they mow their easements because they want larger backyards, and you can see that here. But what I was able to see was that even where those lawns were extra large, when you look back there, you're still seeing this old tree growth. Blair, are you able to pull up any of the pictures? Okay. That's a backyard, and that's looking towards the solar field. Can you do another one? That's the easement itself, the 65 feet plus the 10 feet. That's the easement a little bit to the west, and you see the tree growth? That's the old growth tree line that I'm talking about. Okay, keep going. Do you remember one of our commenters said we had turned down a solar project? The field that you're seeing here in the foreground is the project that we turned down. And part of the reason we turned it down was there was no protection for the neighbors. But if you look across the mowed lawn and you look farther back, That's the tree line that's in place to protect the neighbors. Okay, keep going. There's another backyard, and that's the tree line. Next. Okay, the sun was setting. This is a back, I'm sorry, back one. You can see the mailbox. That's the cul-de-sac. You're looking through the backyard. You see the sun setting. That's the tree line. Now the next one. And that's the backyard looking towards the tree line. So I am suggesting that because this is old growth, because it's so old, that our neighbors do have the protection. The yard that you saw by the other commentator is a bare space. And I believe you're welcome to call up the owner and the developer, and they will agree to give whatever screening that neighbor wants to put it in place. It will never be 100 years old, but most of the neighbors have the 100 years old stuff, and a few neighbors don't, and they'll do their best to fill it in. Okay, can you show the next one, Blair? Well, this has to do with lift stations, and I'm not sure any of us have the patience for that.
I think it's important.
I'm sorry?
I have the patience for lift stations.
Oh, okay. Well, the current lift station is in the Amberside subdivision. It's a currently working lift station. It services 2 Elgin, in the city of Elgin subdivisions, Amberside and Crown. And if this property were to be developed, one of the choices is to go over to where that lift station already is. Now, the city of Elgin is saying you could build more lift stations. And I don't know enough about the plumbing or the expense to do that. But at the moment, this is where the lift station is that's available. Blair, can you go back to back. One of the things that, keep going. One of the things that was interesting to me is that it happens that the owner of this property and the one who is petitioning us today, keep going. Oh, is that all there is? Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, here we go. This one and the next one.
The next one, there you go.
This is the 2-room school that was sold by the school district to your petitioner 59 years ago. He bought a 2-room school, jacked it up, put a foundation underneath, and then go to the next picture. No, the other way. That one. And then built his home onto the 2-room school. So he has lived there and raised his kids for the 59 years. And here's the other thing that's interesting. If you'll go back to page 715 in your packet or on the screen, the woods goes all the way up to Highland Avenue, and your owner is living right on Highland Avenue, tucked into that woods. So he will be the closest neighbor to the solar field, and he's not going anywhere. So I just wanted to point out that this is a case where you have someone who walks the walk and talks the talk. All right, so I think our homeowners are protected in 3 ways. One is by that old growth tree line. I don't know how often we've seen that in previous petitions, but we have it in this one. The second one is you've heard complaints about the water runoff. And we all know, we've heard them before, that when subdivisions are built over field tiles, the field tiles get crushed and the water movement gets all jumped up. These folks did ask Kane County to come up with a plan to mitigate the water, and we did, but it's a cost share. So the guy who owns the property would have to pitch in. He did. The county would pitch in. Neighbors did not want to pay that. So one of the good things that's protecting these neighbors is the fact that about $135,000 of pipe mitigation is going to go in here if we decide to go forward with this project, which will pull that water and get it off of the field and off of the neighbors and into, if you look down at the bottom, there's a wet area down there, and that's where the water will go. Now, the third way that I think the neighbors are protected is this one. You can see Highland Avenue at the top. when I didn't talk to everybody, but I talked to a couple. And what they told me was, can you do anything about the traffic on Highland Avenue? No. Over 30 years, Highland Avenue has become a major street. It's a 2-lane highway and there's a lot of traffic on it. And no, you can't fix that. I don't think you can build your way out of it. But one of the things that you can do is if you put a solar field in here, you're not putting in 130, 140, 150 homes. As much as we love development, the fact is it impacts schools and it certainly impacts the land around us. And the traffic that's coming out of 130 homes and the school buses is only going to make Highland Avenue worse. So I want to suggest to the neighbors who are concerned about the solar field that, for one thing, this is a relatively small project. There's tons of old growth woods all around it that's not going anywhere. You're protecting this property for about 30 years, and you're protecting it, 1, screening for the neighbors, 2, getting rid of the water problems for the neighbors, and 3, at least mitigating to some extent a lot more traffic on Highland Avenue. So everybody think about that and off we go. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
Williams, couple of questions. Just for the developer, Mr. French, what are you going to do when you encounter field tiles in the course of development if this project is approved?
Yeah, so we have already done a field tile investigation, so we've identified where they are. And we will be repairing and replacing all of the old tile and any damaged tile. And then we've also offered to follow through with the plan that the Water Resources Department put together in 2009. And that plan was designed to alleviate what was the flooding onto the Elmora Heights subdivision. And what that'll involve is a 12-inch water main, or excuse me, drain tile. I don't want to say water main, drain tile, that we would install at our expense to collect that. And it'd be about 1,400 lineal feet of that along the east line. And so we would do that in addition to just repairing and replacing the existing field tile. We will install this. And again, this was a plan that was put together by your Water Resources Department back in 2009. And it was stated it was never funded. But we would do that. We would take up that funding and pay for that.
So will that work improve the stormwater drainage in the area?
When I've spoken with the Water Resources, they said it would have a substantial improvement to.
Okay. And can you describe for the committee what screening you will be installing at the property and where?
Yeah, so not only, well, I don't know who put the plan up, but maybe staff can. So not only are we going to be preserving the existing vegetation that's along that the east line and along Highland Avenue, but we will be, as you can see here, planting a double row of evergreens all the way along our east line, as shown on the plan. It's that bright green. This would be a double row of arborvitae. They would go into about 4 feet tall, but arborvitae are fast growing. I think you saw one picture. I thought it was kind of interesting. They showed a very tall evergreen hedge, and that's what arborvitae do. So once they get established, they'll grow about 1 foot to 2 feet a year.
Thank you. And the last bit of information I'd like to bring to the board's attention is during the development committee, there was discussion about the city of Elgin's plans for this property. And I asked Mr. Burnage if he's had any offers to buy this property in the last 30 years, and the answer was no. So, I hear what the city's saying, but the evidence suggests that this property has been available for a long period of time with no interest. And as you all know, there's a state statute that governs this approval. Okay, it's in addition to the standards we have under our special use, and it severely handcuffs our ability on these projects. And I don't like that. I know Vern doesn't like it. A lot of us don't like that, but that's the reality. So, if I voted to approve this because I think they meet the standards, doesn't mean I necessarily like the project, but I think we don't have evidence to not approve it. That's all I have to say.
Madam Chair Gomes?
Yes, Ms. Gomes.
Just a follow-up clarity to that, Mr. Williams. Has that property been for sale for 30 years?
I should maybe pose it this way. I asked him how many offers to purchase the property he has had in the last 30 years, and he said none.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding the arborvitae. I believe.
Microphone.
Regarding the arborvitae. Yes, it's a evergreen, but I believe previously when these solar fields were in question, we asked for more native plants to be planted there. Arborvitae is a non-native plant here. I know there's a lot of non-native plants, but pines, I believe, were suggested previously that and I don't think an arborvitae, although I'm not horticulturist at all, they have a relatively short lifespan.
So, Madam Chair, one of the things the Development Committee is working on right now is improving our screening standards for these facilities. So perhaps a concession we could ask of the developer here is, since this project will not be installed if it's approved until next year, whether they would voluntarily follow our adopted screening standards.
The answer is yes. We would absolutely work with the county and county staff to come up with something that they felt was appropriate there.
Madam Chair, there are native species of arborvitae to northeastern Illinois.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Gripe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As to the arborvitae, only because I live with a landscape lady who talks about this stuff in her sleep. Arborvitae are very fast growing up.
Yes.
They are not very fast growing this way.
They go this way.
And we have a neighbor who planted a bunch of these. I'm amazed how fast they grew up, but you can see clearly right between each one. My concern would be that if they planted those, because that's the way the code or the process is now, and then we change that, there's no way they're going to be able to get those things out. They're trash. You know, if they try and move them or something like that, they're gone, which means somebody's going to have to spend a boatload of money because they grow so fast to replace them. So probably not terribly practical.
All right. Oh, yes, sir.
On arborvitae, those of you who may be familiar with the west side of St. Charles in my neighborhood, corner of 7th and Prairie Street, a gentleman had problems with neighbors not liking what he was doing in his yard. So he put a big strip of arborvitae along two sides. Spaced them about 3.5 feet. That was at least 35 years ago. I don't see any dead trees. They are much taller than you would hope. They're probably 16, 18 feet in general. They're huge, but they tend to be hardy. I don't like the idea of these guys. I had the opportunity to talk to a solar developer guy who didn't have a plan to show me. And he admits that their number one criteria is finding out where there is transmission space on Commonwealth Edison lines to closely be able to attach the solar field to the lines. And that ends up most of the time being in residential areas where there's a plot left that hasn't been built on, but the electrical grid was planned for some more houses. And so there's plenty of transmission space on that grid, and they pick that through. I don't like these things. I do think it diminishes property value. We have evidence that the city of Elgin sees that this is contrary to their planning. It's 150 feet from Elgin. It's surrounded by Elgin. I'm going to vote no, just as I did the planning meeting.
All right. Any other? I think we're ready, almost
Just
ready. To
one last question regarding the fencing. It says minimum 8 feet to 25 feet. I'm assuming it's running all along that tree line that's going to be planted, 2 rows of arborvitaes. How tall is that fence can be, and can you see through it?
So the fencing, yes, it's in our plans that we did submit. It's an 8-foot tall fence, and it's we call it an agricultural knot fence. And so some people call it a deer fence. So yes, you would be able to see through it. It has, probably a 4-inch square or so is between all the wiring.
Thank you.
Okay. All
May I,
right,
and may I clarify just one point before you run?
sure.
It is a double row of arborvitae. It is a staggered double row. And we do have arrowwood viburnum, which is a large shrub that's actually going to be in between them as well. I just wanted to clarify that so everyone knew.
Okay. All righty.
Madam Chair.
Yes, last comment then, please.
There is research that says that being next to a solar farm is not detrimental to the property values, but is either negligible or sometimes positive.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you for that comment. All right. Ready to call? Let's call the roll. All right, and remember, everybody, this in-depth conversation, I hope everybody realizes we've taken time, the board has taken very careful time to consider this very important decision that you're about to make. And this is resolution 25-1135. Ready? Yes, petition 4666, right. I'm looking at the 10th. Yes, I am.
Okay. Alan,
With respect to neighbors and Mr. Tapa, I am voting aye.
okay. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Garcia. Gripe,
Right, no.
Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Citing the foul sectors A and B, I vote no.
you vote no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Caius,
Guys, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis, oh, I'm sorry, she's gone. Linder,
Oh, again, those south factors, A, B, and maybe C. I'm voting no.
okay. Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
No.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
No.
Surges,
He's abstained.
Tarver,
Sorry, he's not here.
Tarver,
Harvard, no.
Tarver, no. Tepe,
Debbie, no.
Williams,
William Jess.
No.
looks like it,
Fails.
3,
11 to 9. It fails.
11. Into 11, fails.
It does fail.
Right. Surges. I didn't even count them.
Good. All right, thank you, everybody.
Was it yes?
Before we begin, I would like to suggest a personal break for everybody to get up and stretch our legs. Some of us have been sitting for some time. I think all of us.
Where will we be?
So that depends on how quickly this board decides to move forward on everything, but I'd like to take a 10-minute break.
10 minutes.
3 more hours.
Hours. 3-hour cruise.
Okay. All right. Porque me acuerdo que
Oh, if everybody can sit down, please. How's that? Like to call this meeting back to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Okay. Okay, everybody, roll call. Alan, I see you. Bates. Doherty.
Already here.
Thank you. Garcia.
Garcia here.
Ripe.
Right here.
Gums.
It's here.
Iqbal.
Mr. Iqbal, are you here? No.
Don't see him.
I think I saw his brown suit head across.
Ruby. Ruby's here. Caius.
Caius present.
Leonard.
Leonard here.
Lewis is not. Linder.
Here.
Molina present.
Mrs.
Hennis is here.
Roth.
Roth is here.
Sanchez.
Sanchez present.
Strathman. Present. Surgis. Carver.
Carver's here.
Tepe. Williams. Young. Madam Chair, you're here. You have a quorum.
Here, and Mr. Young is here. He is here. So Mr. Iqbal has left. All right, very good. All right,
And
you ready?
Tepe. Oh, Tepe's here.
Do we need to go into executive session right now, Mr. Frank? Because I'd like to take care of the business of the board.
I would like to, can we get this done and out of the way? Because it's timely.
All right, can we
It'll
be
take
very-
all of like 3 minutes.
How many? 3 minutes?
Yeah.
3 minutes is
One-
fine.
one issue.
Just longer. to
Everybody
go
keeps
into it.
quiet.
Okay, do I have a motion and a second to go into executive
Bates
session?
moves.
Leonard
seconds.
For depending,
Resolve.
probable and imminent litigation and settlement of claims. So we got a motion and a second. Fine. Clerk, call the roll.
Alan. To go into closed session.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Bates. Doherty. Garcia. Right. Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal. Are you here? He's not here. Juby.
Here.
Guy. Caius.
Caius present.
No, this is going to
Yes.
closed session.
Caius something?
Thank you. Leonard.
Leonard,
Yes. Madam President.
Linder.
Yes.
Melina.
Molina, yes.
Genesis.
Hennis is, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Rathman.
Think about it yet.
Burgess.
Oh.
Closed
Carver.
session. Go into closed session.
Mr. Tarver, go into closed session, yes?
Debbie? All right, Williams, to go in closed. Yes. Right. Young
Yes.
passes.
Okay, very good. Going into closed session, please.
All right, reminder to those in the room that have also joined via Zoom, you must leave the Zoom session. Those online, keep an eye out for the invite. Please accept that. We can't get started until everybody has joined. And I am still seeing some individuals in the room that are still in Zoom. So waiting for you all to jump out. Mavis Bates.
Off Zoom.
Rise.
Another one.
We got it.
All right, so those online accept the invites.
Closed Session, county board.
Supposed to be quick.
These terrorists.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Won't be me.
Anybody else?
Pizza and turkey and cheese.
Red is the ask has gone significantly higher. And you can see in the column X, that was the 2024 ask from the state's attorney, the most of that in the center part there. 2025 was the same or a little less. And then you'll notice in the on page number in the agenda, page number 800, that we voted to hold that the same as 2025 for the state's attorney. There you go. Thank you, Blair. Just to give you a background, that gives you a little background on where we're headed. Those are the asks for items. Go to table 1 or go to the slide 1. When we had the meeting, that's a different file. Number 1, the file, it's a PDF. There you go. When we had our committee meeting, subcommittee meeting and turned over to exec, before we turned over to exec, we by consensus agreed that we would have external awards and we would maintain external awards. And you can see this is just the history from 2015 through 2025, just how consistent that has been. This is just to give you an idea of the history of it. By and large, we have, and there's an incorrect figure on the very bottom right there, I noticed, that if you average those out, we've given in external grants 22% and 78%, even though that says 88%. Then go on to number 2, if you would. The different file. After our external grant allotments this last summer, we asked Jane to send us all the documents that pertain to our mission, goals, and priorities. Go down to page 3, if you would. There you go, table of contents, that's 2. There, guidelines. And this is what, from this document, you all received this in an email on July 13th. I think there's some interesting things that helped guide us to make the decisions we did on the riverboat gambling fund this year, internal and external for that matter. And you can see highlighted there, and there's some complexities that allow a little confusion as to where the project should be or generally are applied to. And even though it says priorities and goals, you'll notice that in the yellow there, it says, in general, projects shall be made for capital purposes only. Well, in general means that you get a chance to decide for yourself, and then it says only that it has to be for that. So there's some confusion as to what the project should be used for. But by and large, that statement says that it should be toward capital purposes. Some of the other things they're emphasized, and in the other documents, you'll notice that as well, is the down in priorities. Priority is given to education, environment, and economic development. And then a number of other areas in the guidelines and in other documents. Let's go to page 4 on that one. There, the yellow there. County will not consider requests from routine operating support for ongoing programs. So even though we have been using them as we've gone along year after year, as it is shown in that the large table, there has been some slippage, as Ms. Allen had mentioned, for some of the projects that we've used and how we've used money over the years. And there's a whole list of them there, but I think the important one is the routine operating support for ongoing programs. Yeah. Then let's try document. What was that one? 2, try 3. document 3. Blair? You can pull it up. And this is just a quick table that I made using those few, if you look in the upper title, there's the fund, the officer or department that the funds are going to, the project name, then the source, then whether it's implies to environment, education, or economy. And I just quickly made this table to give us an idea of just how many are doing what we expected them to do. In this case, the allotments this year, this is from 2026, or actually for many of them, the internship program would qualify under education, that's green, but it also has been questioned as a salary, so that would be a question. The red would be salaries, and I would say that was a negative. The board strategic plan might be under the economy as green, and this is sort of a table that I use to decide whether I was going to vote on it or help support it. Under finance, that is under economy, and it's also, that would also be salaries. And then the whole block of the state's attorneys is all under salaries, and Kane Care is all under salaries. And those would be operating expenses that are ongoing. So just to flag those for those and what helped us decide what we wanted to support from now and in the future. And I do apologize. We've had a great deal of turnover this year in the development department. So typically we have a chance to work this over much earlier. And unfortunately, it's just been in the last week or so that we actually got the final figures together just before we had those board meetings and the committee meetings. So we are pressed for time. Any changes on this can maybe have some effect on the budgeting process, because I believe it has to be turned in by Friday. So if we make changes on this as it is now, they've been included in the budget, and it will put a burden on we can ask maybe Kathy or the state's attorney just how much difficulty it would be to change their budget at this point, and the possibility of it. Down toward the bottom there, really the only one that I thought that qualified a lot really in environment, economy, and capital was the farmland preservation program. The Sesquicentennial Garden is also a capital project, and the recycling program, of course, is environment. Next slide. Hopefully this has helped clarify a little bit of our strategy when we were developing that. So this is the resolution for today. These are the other complications that, and the reason I didn't go back a long ways on the examining many years previous, more than like 2023, is that when we give out the awards every year or the grants, you'll notice that it's divided into two sections. The top section, there where the two numbers are, the development and water resources, that's a surplus that they were carrying from last year that they didn't spend. So what we began doing about 2019 is tightening up, because there was quite a few funds that were carrying money from year to year, but still asking for more money. Every year that if they have available funds, we have asked them to use that as part of the funds that they're requesting. So that has lowered the amount from year to year if they have leftover amounts. We will be voting on passing this, and that goes to page 978. There you go. That's the full range of that resolution. If there are any changes, did I move it? No, it's been moved, and I moved it and was seconded. My motion is to pass this as it stands. If there are any amendments or any changes in this, I would prefer that if you're going to address an amendment, that you signify which line item you'd like to have changed, so that we can keep this as simple and as orderly as possible. And after that, then if you don't have any questions about the stuff that I presented up there, we'll go on to either passing this or accepting amendments to change this at this point.
All right, Mr. Tarver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Caius for all the work. I know that for the last year and a half, he's been helping me kind of better understand this and wrap my head around it. And we've talked in length the last couple of days. I do have a couple of questions and concerns and specific line items, and this is what his suggestion was. I'd like to make an amendment to remove the internship program from this, and I would welcome a second.
Peralta, second.
The internship program, that's fund number 01 on the front of the list.
Go to,
Very top one.
well, it's the top one, but go back to item that has the table. Go to the page 800 on that same document. Or as opposed to go to that. That's my working thing. So that's a little, there you go. So that would be, you're looking at 010 County Board Internship Program is listed under recommended new funds, $30,000, total $30,000. And that's a new, that's why it was in red, because it was new from last year to this year. And I guess it.
There's a motion and was approved by
And
Mr. Ross.
motion a second.
Mr.
Yeah.
Is there
Is there a reason why, sir?
Well, you'll have to ask him for the motion. Do you want to explain the reason for doing that?
Well, I'm not really sure that the board really fully is on board with how the internship program is going to work. And I think with what we're struggling with here as a board to try to save additional money, I'm not sure that's just the best way to spend $30,000. And then the other question would be too, the perception of the education or salary, where that would fall and whose education. So those are just the questions I came up with. I just felt it would be best to pull that off at this time.
And as per your discussions, if you don't mind, as far as whether it was education or not, I just after speaking with you, Bill, I looked up the definition under the Oxford Dictionary, and an intern is, and that would be the internship, a student or trainee who works sometimes without pay at a trade or occupation in order to gain work experience. So by definition, trainee or a internship would be a student.
Without pay, you're right.
But it can.
With or without pay, sometimes without pay. So it doesn't necessarily, but it's a student as opposed to replacing someone one for an employee. Just saying. So, but
If
that's all.
I
That's
may
all I have.
comment, sir?
Sure.
I had a discussion with Mr. Hosh. I was there for another matter, but I mentioned that he was being channeled by Ms. Allen. And at our last discussion about this, and he asked me how we're doing, and I shared with him some of the board's concerns. And he shared with me specifically about the internship program and then also about capital. So if I can reflect on those two quickly. He was in great support of the internship program, and this is the reason why. He would like to have people, young people, learn about government. And the best way to learn about government is to work in government for a short period of time. He thinks he spoke highly of it, the opportunity of it. So that's one. He also then asked me about our capital and making sure that we try to put as much money as we can back into capital, because apparently there were great projects that were done, both in Elgin and in the Tri-Cities during the period of time when they used this money, particularly for capital improvements, which we all know stand the test of time. So is this, I believe, going back to the internship, that this does reflect not a permanent salary. Most of the time it's a stipend, but because of county government, it would be considered a short time salary. Internships usually work, and you should, educators should know this. It can be anywhere from 12 to about 20 weeks in length, depending upon the intern. Once that internship is completed, they write a paper, they deliver a presentation to the board or certainly to the department that they're working with, and they go on to have work experience in that field. So it's a training program, just like we talked at length about apprenticeship programs previously. So that's what it's about.
Madam Chair, point of order.
I was doing some math and is there a motion to amend and are we voting just on that one amendment?
Yes.
And then other amendments can be, is that the way? Okay.
That was my intention, was to deal with this so we don't have like
I'm just making sure I calibrate.
five things are moving.
Thank
So
you.
I would like to have point like, so what we'll do is try and stay on topic for just the internship rather than anything else
Yes.
that's involved here. So if you have comments on the internship, then Madam Chair, if you'll go ahead and, or you want me to?
Mr. Gripe?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not a fan of a paid internship program. Normally I would be if we had a $29 million surplus. And if we were, things were going the way they should, but we potentially are going to be asking folks to lose their jobs. And at the same time, we can hire some people for educational purposes, for whatever purposes, not something we have to do, something we want to do. And is it a good thing? Sure. But if you look at the environment around here, the last thing we should be doing is encouraging any spending that isn't something that doesn't keep the ship afloat. And I don't think this does. We could do it down the road when we're rolling in bucks, but I'm not a fan.
I hope you're planning on how we make that ship float. Yes, ma'am.
Chair, I also have a few questions regarding this program. I know you had mentioned it when you had brought up the budget for during our executive committee. My first question was, because I didn't have access to the actual application, who do you envision running this program, and who would be in charge of these interns if we would approve this?
Each one of the department heads would come together. They would come together, decide if they would like to have an internship, first of all, and then decide on how long that internship would last. They would then be interviewed and they would be hired through HR, through Human Resources, with criteria whether or not they're going to get college credit for this or not, or not if it's a summer intern, or during a semester. Then they would complete the assignment that has been put forward by the departments, the executive director of each one of the departments, only within county government, not within any of our elected officials. And then upon completion of that task, because we already have unpaid interns who are working right now for us, completion of that task, off they go.
So what I would recommend then, because seems like it's a pilot program.
It is a pilot program.
I'd recommend, because of the financial constraints we have, to create this program as an unpaid program and see what kind of put the framework together of the actual program. I think it's a great idea. I think it's something that we need desperately. I think instead of, and then once we have that plan in place and discuss it with our executive directors, then maybe have an idea of a per diem to get the kids here, the students here, something small to pay them. But I think the important thing at this year and this time is to just kind of have the framework. We know government doesn't work very fast. So I don't see any executive director putting this framework together until maybe March or April. If they haven't already discussed it. I don't know where they're even at, because I was just brought, it came for us, it was at August. And I know they're all been busy with their budgets. So I'd like a little bit more of a timeline and kind of a framework to put this together. I don't know if the 30,000, we set it aside, and if obviously if it's not going to be used, it's still going to go into the reserves for the riverboat, correct?
That's correct.
So
if we don't have it, or if we allot it and they don't use it, it goes back into.
It never gets spent.
And so the program itself wouldn't be, we're not approving the program, we're just allotting the money and the recommendation for the executive directors to continue with this?
And would have to be brought forward to the board for your approval.
Okay, so I'm more comfortable with that idea. I think I like the idea. I like the idea of having internships and having it out there, but I'd like to see that framework created. And I guess the money itself, it's $30,000. If we don't use it, it still goes back to riverboat funds and it can be used for something else. But I'd like to see this
That's correct, Mr.
framework
Van
created.
Kerkhoff, that if it by default goes back into the reserves. Let me double check that.
Sure. So Mark Van Kerkhoff. Yeah, the way this resolution is written before you, it specifically lists amounts of money to be allocated to those funds or for these projects. So any projects that you eliminate would automatically or by default add to the reserve cash balance of the Riverboat Fund.
Exactly, exactly.
So we're just approving, we're just allotting the money. We're not approving the actual program. That's going to come before
That
us.
is accurate.
Okay.
And
Great.
you have, it's the way I think it's appropriate for our office to work, that you have to have the funds before you can go for the program. And if the program does not get approved by the board, the funds simply don't get expended.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, and then yes.
David Young, it appears that we should just be focusing on things that are necessary for our budget for this upcoming year. This is not necessary.
Yes, sir.
We're asking everyone to do an 8% cut. And I think we need to lead by example. And this falls under a nice to have. And I'm recommending that we should wait until we have the funds. We have, we're addressing the 26 budget. No one's talked about the 27 budget. Right now, I'm aware of, we're going to start the 27 budget, $12 million in the hole. So we may say, well, 30,000 isn't much. It's still the impression. I mean, we cut any requested increase from the state's attorney. And I think we need to show by example too. So I think we need to look at everything. And is it really needed? Yes, internships programs are important, but I'd rather not have to lay someone off. And we don't have our budget finalized, so we don't know how much we're going to either be in balance or not in balance at this point until we get the final budget from every department.
I appreciate what you just said, sir, if I may. This is the zero.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I know, to lead.
You-
Go,
you-
you go ahead. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Young. Yes.
I was just going to call the vote.
I think we should call the vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
I agree.
All right, you ready? Call the roll.
Okay, this is to amend and remove the internship program.
To remove it.
No, this is not to fund it, not
Or-
to fund
Okay,
it.
so not to fund it.
it.
Just move on. Yeah. Clarify.
Sorry, point of order. Could you explain what an I vote and a no vote would be then?
An
I'm
I vote
confused.
is to fund, a no vote is to not to fund.
No, it's
No.
the reverse.
This is, it's the other way around.
The
The amendment was to
the
remove
amendment is
the
to
funding.
eliminate it.
To remove it, just the opposite, just the
Yes.
opposite.
So
Thank you.
an I
That
would be
again.
to remove it and a nay would be to keep it.
Keep it. That is
Thank you.
accurate. That
I
is
need actually a little more clarity. So the removal, the amendment removing it, we'll be voting on it as a total package after these amendments are done.
No,
No, no, no.
One at a
Oh,
time.
Mr. Caius asked if we could do one at a time.
We're doing
Question
one
was
at a
called. I'll
time.
wait for comment then. Sorry, I'm confused.
All right, so what? if
May I
you-
real quick? Just so we are on basically an amendment. The original motion is for the entire holistic thing.
Yes.
What has been asked is to make an amendment to the passage removing the $30,000. So an I vote would be to remove, a no vote is to not remove.
Yes.
Okay, everybody understand? If you want to keep the funding, it's no. If you want to remove the funding, it's yes.
Correct.
For this only item.
One item.
and then after all the amendments, then we
Question.
vote on the final.
That's correct.
Call the question.
Back
To approve again.
Madam Chair, the question was called. I have comments, but we cannot discuss.
All right, very good. The question was called. Let's go. Okay, call the roll.
Maybe I should word it as to eliminate.
Yes,
The
it's to
30,000?
eliminate.
Would that make
No.
it easier?
Not just as a fund, just
It would be,
To fund, okay.
So that wasn't the motion.
No.
The motion was to remove. That
Yes.
needs to be
Remove.
what you're
To
calling
remove.
on.
To
Yes
remove.
is to remove. No is not to remove.
Okay, you ready?
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates?
No.
Bates, no. Doherty?
Doherty, aye.
Garcia?
Yeah, I.
Gripe?
Right, yes.
Gums?
No.
Iqbal? Juby?
Juby, I.
Caius?
yes, no.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis is not here. Linder?
Yes.
Molina?
Molina, no.
Genesis?
Hennessy, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman. No. Surges, Tarver,
Or yes.
Tepe,
Happy no.
Williams, Young.
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Fails.
13-7, yes.
This it passes, it passes.
Passes.
Just trying to help her.
The funding has been removed from the river.
Madam Chair, I actually had a couple other I wanted to talk to Mr. Caius about as well.
Can we
I
get the
also,
vote count first?
yes, I'm sorry.
13-7.
13-7.
It's
No,
eliminated.
Passes, it
Okay.
passes.
Removed.
So the internship program funding has been removed.
Thank you, Mr. Caius. In addition, I'd also like to make a motion to remove the strategic plan for $100,000, and I ask for a second.
Roth, a second.
What program again?
Strategic plan, $100,000. All righty. Yes, I would like, well, before we ask.
Could we have Mr. Van Kerkhoff explain what would happen if we did remove that? Are there complications with that? Removing that? Just so we got an idea, clear idea of what we're talking about removing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to speak to the complications. My understanding is that this is a project that the county board currently is under contract for. It's not going to be completed in this fiscal year, 2025. So it has been budgeted as a request for using riverboat funds for $100,000 of the remaining contract amount.
All right, Mr. Tarver, could you please explain why?
I don't feel that the Riverboat Fund is a good resource of that $100,000. As we expressed in the internship program, I think there's different ways where this money could be used. And I thought that this board approved $127,000 out of the general fund. And so I don't approve, it's not that I don't approve of the strategic plan itself or the project. I don't approve of the $100,000 to be used from the Victoria Riverboat funds.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to remind the board that this is a contract we voted on and that we passed. There was some delay, but it was a delay getting the governance committee, the committee from the board involved. We have already, this is a contract that we signed. We have already paid almost $13,000 to this group, very done. They will be submitting another invoice this week, and they expect it to be between $6,000 and $8,000. So we're saying about $7,000. We have been working. We have things ready to go. The social virtual wall is ready to launch. We got the final thing this morning to get it going, so it should be gone by or launched by the rest of the week. And I think that in a time when we are very budget conscious, this strategic plan can help us decide what we need to spend on, what the public is interested in, what the priorities are. And we need to have that so we can make these very critical decisions.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Hold on, Mr. Tarver. Yes, please.
Alan speaking. I believe in the strategic plan. I'm not terribly interested in the who shot John, but I
I'm
think.
sorry, Miss Allen, can you speak up, please?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I was pretty loud. I believe in the strategic plan, and I don't really care about pointing fingers, but what I remember is that the board approved this. So I want to see that 127,000 coming out of the 2025 budget, which is what we had originally planned, as opposed to coming out of this fund.
Go ahead, please.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the good news for everybody is that you're absolutely right. We approved and the general fund holds or held 127,000. And Kathy mentioned that at the last meeting, that the money is there. It's in the general fund. So pulling this out of the riverboat or removing it, as we might say, will not touch the strategic plan at all. That money is there and it will carry forward into 26 for whatever bills we need to pay, according to Ms. Hopkinson. And that's wonderful news. The strategic plan would be unaffected.
Madam Chair, is it possible, is Ms. Hopkinson here?
Yes, and I'd also, yes, can we get her attention? Because I have a concern about what department is this going to be coded into?
What is it
I don't-
coded in right now?
It was into the county board and I was asked to reduce the budget. And as I had explained to the board several times, that the county board budget is broken up into two components. One is board directed, your salaries, retirement pay, et cetera, travel expenses. Then the second component of it is staff, but the two numbers are added together as in one budget, but there's really two different working budgets. So I was asked to reduce the budget, and Ms. Juby led that conversation, and the executive committee agreed to have me try to attempt to reduce the budget by the total amount of the county board's aspect of the budget, as well as the working part of the budget, which would take an onerous effect upon the working part of the budget. We'd have to reduce staff to do that. So it was suggested that this would be an opportunity to move this into the riverboat funds, which would not increase the county board's budget, but would provide in the auspices of economic development. So it would be a good use of the money. So yes, I have no argument. The money is in the ether, but where is its home? And where's the home for it? So it's either out of grant money that is not tax money, or it's in the general fund and then it has to have a residence. So, Ms.
On the
Hopkins.
question of where is it budgeted, the strategic plan is not rebudgeted in 2026. So the only, in the general fund. So the only place right now it's budgeted is in Riverboat. So if the project ends, let's say at the end of November, and we only pay Barry Dunn 50,000, there's no budget next year to pay the rest in the general fund.
Where did it go?
Yeah, where did it go?
We budget year by year.
I know, but if you took it out of 25, it made it disappear.
It was cut when all the cuts were being made to all the offices and departments. It wasn't rebudgeted in that fund. It was budgeted in the Riverboat Fund, which is a completely separate fund.
For clarity, it can be rebudgeted. You all have that directive. You can direct her to put it back in the budget. So the budget hasn't been decided. You can make a million different changes. You can direct her to put it back into the general fund. And then obviously if you're overspending, it comes out of reserves.
And the money has not been lost. I mean, we still have that money.
Right now, it's still in the 25 budget.
It's there, but it just has not been expended. It hasn't gone away. No one has taken that money.
Well,
It exists.
Madam
Clarification.
Chair, just as a clarification, there was the money put in the 25 budget.
Yes.
In the 26 budget, instead of rolling that over to the general fund, it was, by your direction, rolled over into the riverboat. Is that correct?
Yes, that was a suggestion for that. That's
Yeah.
accurate.
That is correct.
Okay, so in other words, what's happened is with the county board's budget that was reduced, you actually made the reduction by taking the money from the strategic plan out of the county board budget and putting it in the riverboat.
That was, it was not going to be, yes, because that was an allocation that met the standards for the riverboat funding. Correct. So it wouldn't, because the general fund was being so taxed, this is a way to fund this without having to worry about the general fund.
What, was it the county board budget being taxed or the general fund? It was the county
Well,
board.
it's all one, it's one and the same.
Isn't it?
No, but it's one and the
Just the
same
budget.
because the money is
Well,
coming.
it is not.
Excuse me, sir, the money is coming from the general fund.
Some of these other
That's how it
accounts are
funds
getting
your
some-
salaries and my salary. Yes, sir.
Can we do a clarification, Kathy? We currently, in the 25 budget, we have 127,000, correct?
Correct.
At the end of the year, November 30th, any money not used by default automatically goes back to the general fund unassigned,
Right.
correct?
Yeah, if you don't.
And
spend-
so,
if you
and so
don't
we
spend
would
your
have to
budget now.
do something proactively to refund it for 26.
Right, you would have to either put it back into the general fund budget, or if you tried to finish the whole project in this year and spend it all, and you had a little bit that you still need to spend next year, you'd have to bring a budget amendment.
Right. Yeah. So it does disappear November 30th at midnight. From the point of view of being able to spend it,
It doesn't.
correct?
That's correct. That is correct.
And so initially, it was proposed to budget in the general fund. And because everyone was asked to cut 8%, the choice was made to try to move it to the riverboat.
That's not a cut.
That's the way I remember it.
Yeah. Any amount budgeted in one year, so if you budget salaries for your department and you don't spend them, it doesn't roll.
Right,
It's
right.
just, it's lost.
Yeah, there is no automatic roll
Right.
in the county. So I come back to versus amendment on the last one. We don't have all the budgets finalized. And what more than a few departments have done is because they're cutting their general fund budget, they're trying to use the riverboat. And to me, in a way, it's a slush fund. And we need to stop that because, like I said, when we start on the 27 budget, we're starting 12 million in the hole. And every dollar counts. And I think we need to be setting by example that we're not pre-spending for what we're going to need for 27.
Hold on, Mr. Leonard, let Mr. Tarver speak. I mean.
Genesis,
I'm so
thank
sorry.
you. Yeah, I remember discussion months ago, cutting budgets. We were talking about putting that strategic plan in the riverboat funding, and it meets all the criteria for riverboat funding. Yeah, it's kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's like everything's a general fund when you get right down to it. But that was the reason, okay? We put that in the riverboat funding so that we could meet our budget goals. Now, ultimately, what it comes down to is this. Do we want a strategic plan? And I'm going to say we haven't had one since 2006. Where has that gotten us? Look where we're at today. We need this guidance. It's not a lot of money. Yeah, it could be one position, but ultimately this is going to save us money in the long run. We need the strategic plan. And I've said that all along. And now, I'm going to mention there is a guy who has like 50 years experience in government, local government, state government, you name it. He has been on every board. This guy, one of the last things he did, his name is Dale Berman, before he passed away, was said, we need the strategic plan. Dale Berman, the guy who has more experience than maybe some of us all put together, more knowledgeable experience in government, said, we need the strategic plan. Is there more that you need than that? We need a strategic plan. And really, this is what it's coming down to.
Yeah.
Are we going to fund a strategic plan? And if we're going to do it, riverboat funding seems like the best place to do it right now. Why not just leave it?
Mr. Leonard, you've been anxious?
Yes, the point I wanted to make was any money that was allocated to the strategic plan for 2025 that is not used by November 30th goes back into the general fund. Now, it may not be allocated to the county board, may be allocated somewhere else, but that $100,000 or roughly whatever it is will be in the general fund for 2026.
Yes, that's correct. That's
So
That's
we've
correct.
got the money. We have to decide, do we want to continue to use that money for the strategic plan or something else in the general fund? But to circumvent that money and then say, no, we're going to fund the strategic plan through the riverboat is
That's not correct.
not what I would agree upon.
Correct. All right, Mr. Gribe, this is your last time speaking.
Thank you. Yeah, nobody's questioning the strategic plan. The board voted on that. It's coming, it's in process. It's gonna happen. All right. The question is, where's it gonna get paid from? And to Mr. Leonard's point, that money is already in the budget. If it doesn't get spent this year, it will still be in the general fund. There's no reason that we can't take whatever bills are left after what Cheryl was talking about, whatever needs to be paid in 26, and allocate it. And then it's completely paid for. The strategic plan continues on its way. And that's exactly continuous with what Mr.
So it sounds like we need 2 votes here.
One, really?
We're talking,
Oh.
it seems to me, and then I see.
Chair,
Mr.
can I call the
Strathman.
question, please?
Hand up,
I don't
please.
think you
Then
understand.
No,
let
no,
the-
the
let-
question was called. You gotta
Here,
take the
call the
vote.
question.
Well,
Was it
Mr. State's Attorney, do we have to have a super majority? to do that?
recognize them?
So there is a call to question. It's a priority vote. It's a super majority. If 2/3 want to call the question, we're off and running.
We don't have a second. on
Mr.
that.
Frank, doesn't the chair have to recognize a person who's making a motion?
Well, I'm sorry. We've gotten to a point where everyone raises and says things. So if Madam Chair would like to recognize the person to make that motion, let's do that.
was planning on doing that, but I believe the chair of the committee can have the last public comment before we call that question, which would. I was
Chair of which
planning on
committee?
doing. The chair of
The Strategic
Riverboat?
Planning,
Oh.
Strategic Planning Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to add that in a time of budget crisis, which we all understand that we are in, the money that is left over at November 30th could be allocated to any number of places that we need it. We also can do this strategic plan through funding through the riverboat. It's not a black and white. It's not either or. We can do both these things. We can use the leftover money November 30th for something else and fund the strategic plan through the riverboat. And I would like you to remember that we do have a signed contract with this consultant. We are in process. We're making progress. And as of the end of this week, we'll have about $20,000, a little bit more actually, already paid to them.
All right, and I recognize now Mr. Caius who wanted to call the question, so please call the roll.
Well, Mr. Tarver did, but I don't,
Yeah, there needs to be a second.
Second on to call the question.
Roth will call.
rather than calling the question, we just call for the
I
vote.
come back, all right.
We have to have a super majority for call the question, right?
Correct.
Yes, so there's no discussion. So immediate roll call on a motion in a second, which we now have from Juby. So now you're immediately going to go to a roll call.
Let's go to the roll call. And this is only about funding the strategic.
Oh, no.
Call the question.
This is to call the question. This is procedural.
Do we want to end the
Just to-
discussion?
I thought you had just said
The
that.
discussion.
Stop discussion and
End of
vote.
discussion. Okay. To call
Right.
the roll call, to call the question, super majority.
You, because people have been talking. Who made the motion to call the question and who seconded?
Caius.
Caius
No.
moved it.
Mr. Tarver.
Tarver and Juby.
Juby.
Vern Juby? Okay. All right, this is just to call the question. Ready? Ellen?
On aye.
Bates? Doherty?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yeah, yes.
Gripe?
Right, yes.
Gums?
No.
Iqbal? Oops, sorry. Juby?
Aye.
Caius?
Caius, aye.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Linder?
Yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes. Yes.
Hennessis?
Genesis, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Surgis?
To call the vote, no.
Correct. I'm sorry?
No.
No.
No, okay. Tarver?
Carver, yes.
Pepe?
Yes.
Williams? Young?
Yes.
All right, that passes.
Okay, that passes.
So now we're calling the question.
Okay, now let's take the vote.
And this is to restate point of information. Can we have it restated what we're voting for is to remove this from the,
Yes, and could we?
Last one is a
Riverboat.
yes vote is to remove it.
That's correct.
yes one,
That is
yes
correct.
vote is to remove it.
A no vote is to keep the funding in the riverboat. Everybody understand? Yes, okay.
Okay.
Could you repeat it one more time for us? please?
Okay, if you vote yes, you are removing the $100,000 from the riverboat
Oh.
funds. If you vote no, you keep $100,000 in the riverboat funds.
Thank you.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, yes, yes. But
Okay. Ellen,
Helen, I.
Yeah.
Bates,
It's no.
Doherty,
Doherty, aye.
Garcia,
Garcia abstain.
okay. Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
No.
Juby,
Juby, aye.
Caius,
Guys, no.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Hennessis,
Hennessis, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
No.
Surgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, no.
Williams, Young.
Yes.
it fails or passes, I'm sorry,
Okay, yep.
passes. So that has now been removed, the $100,000 from the riverboat.
And
Madam Chair, I do have one more amendment I'd like to make.
Oh, yes, wait, hold on just a second. Yes, sir.
I have one. I'm looking at this. Little
Microphone, please.
Phone.
Microphone.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at this little over $100,000 for grant management in the finance department. Now, we hired a grant manager last year. That's funded. It's going on. I don't know that we approved another program, but all of a sudden we've got, $100,000 there. I'm moving to remove that.
Wait, point of order. I think Tarver still has the floor.
Tarver does have he can't have the floor. Yes, he's going through each point. So why don't we hold that up and then we
Okay.
can bring it back right to you.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's
Okay,
so
Mr.
strange.
Tarver, you have another
I'm
one?
just lost, right? Were
Thank
you
Mr.
done?
Surge.
We're
No,
fine.
I was not.
That's what I thought.
I
Okay.
appreciate that. So my final amendment would be to remove the sequential garden for $35,000, and I would ask for a second.
Roth, a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for a sesquicentennial garden, for part of a capital plan. Okay, sir, can you share with us why?
Point of order. Why does he have to share why?
Well, I think we have to have comments just to.
But let
so
him
that you can
comment. I mean,
reflect on it.
He can comment if
Ms.
the chair is supposed to just be or just supposed to be driving the meeting, not adding into the discussion. And you're
Yes.
doing that now by asking him why he made that decision.
It's pretty common that if somebody calls it, just why, and then we just begin discussion.
Yeah,
So there's some basis on that.
Wants it removed.
Just clarity, he's not compelled to answer.
No, he's not compelled to answer at all if he chooses not to. All right, so
But I'd
is
like
there, is there any discussion? Mr. Young, do you have a comment on the sesquicentennial 250th
seems-
anniversary?
Yeah, yes, this goes back to the same thing with the internship program. It would be nice to have it for sure. It would be nice to have that garden. But we are in a very tight budget here. And hopefully maybe next year we could do this. Or maybe there could be a grant that could do this. But this is just something that is it's not absolutely necessary to run the government coming up here in the future. Thank you.
Is there any other comment on the sesquicentennial garden? Everybody's quiet about the celebration of the 250th anniversary. Call the roll.
This is to remove the garden, funding for the garden only. Ellen,
Aye.
Bates,
Yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, aye.
Garcia,
Garcia, aye.
Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
No.
Juby,
Juby, aye.
Caius,
Guys, no.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Hennessis,
Hennessis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Strathman,
No.
Surgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, no.
William, and Young.
Yes.
Okay, It passes.
Okay, so that's removed as well. So we right now have $165,000 or 2.2% of the entire fund for the riverboat funds approximately that have been removed.
Then are there any other, did you have another that you'd like to
Yes,
discuss?
thank you. Do I have the floor now?
If you would like to have it, yes.
If,
Oh.
if he still had the floor, you shouldn't have recognized me, but we can talk about that later. Okay,
Long day.
so, the grant management, $100,000. We currently are handling that in the general budget. I don't know that we've instituted a new program, so I'm moving to remove the grant management $101,172 from this list.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion, a second to remove the funding for grant management staff. One individual. Who second that?
John Gripe seconded.
I did.
Mr. Gripe seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Yes, sir.
I'd like to have clarification from Kathy about Mr. Linder said.
That is the position, the grant manager that was hired by the county last year,
So why isn't it in the budget? It's in the budget, should be in the budget.
because all of the departments had to cut and the finance staff or finance department, when I had to cut, I basically have staff in the audit contract and decided to apply for the riverboat fund since grant management is economic development. And I moved the grant manager position to this.
And what's happening with the money that has been in the general budget for that position?
It's
Have
currently
you
that position.
have you then picked up some other stuff that you're gonna do because you've got this extra 100,000?
No, for 2026, all of the departments cut their budgets in the general fund by 10%. So when I cut my budget, I cut some of the supply costs, some of the conference and employee training, and then also moved the position of grant manager, submitted an application to use riverboat funding to fund that position.
And anything, if you take this out, you're not adding anything back in.
I'm sorry, sir, I cannot hear you. Could you?
There it goes. Funny microphone. So if you take this $100,000 and put it in the riverboat, you're not adding back to your budget anything that you're saving by moving this $100,000.
I'm not
You
sure.
have to
I
cut
understand.
$100,000, basically.
I'm saying you put $100,000 over there, then your budget goes down by 100,000. It doesn't go down by 86,000. You got 14,000 for something else.
It actually went down a little less because the riverboat funds pick up pension and payroll taxes, and the general fund does not include those costs. So the costs that I removed from the general fund were about that amount less payroll taxes and pension.
Hold on a second, because we want to make sure that you are finished speaking, sir.
Yep, I am.
All right,
Okay,
all right.
very
we
good.
passed a proclamation. Gums here. I've been sitting back. I have a lot to say. I know we're talking about the grant management position. A couple things came up in this conversation, one of which was, how come the money's not in the budget that Kathleen put forward? I'll remind you, because we told them to find it elsewhere. We had that conversation. So I agree with you that the money and the dollars don't make sense, but we told them to do that. We asked them to find it somewhere else. So I respectfully would just like to point that out. Additionally, as it pertains to this entire process, when I was reviewing the goals, priorities, et cetera, some of the things that were brought up created questions. So how big is the ask compared to their actual budget? That matters. It's relevant in my opinion. I'm looking at, and I want to bring this up because I'm looking at this as a package deal. This is complicating my votes. because I don't,
That's it all in one deal.
well, I tried to do that, Mr. Caius, but it failed. So, I have said, and I will continue to say, that folks should get what they asked for because we told them to look elsewhere. Part of the goals in there was, I know there were some highlighted things, Mr. Caius, but one of the things that wasn't addressed was multidisciplinary approach to address critical issues. So that we funded the state's attorney's office and all these other things year after year after year after year. Going back 8 to 10 years here I have. And so these votes are very struggling for me because I am looking at compromise, and I had deconstructed that word over the weekend. I spoke to many of you about what that word means. And what we're finding out here is I cannot support. So I've gone through everything that I'm looking at here, and I need to get this out because we've gotten rid of the internship program. We've gotten rid of the strategic plan. We're now about to get rid of the grant management, tuition reimbursement. They got everything they wanted. The drug prosecution did not. Victim services did not. Domestic violence did not. Child advocacy did not. Kane Cares did. Web Tech got it all. Economic development got it all. Cost share drainage got it all. Storm management got it all. Farmland got it all. Recycle, they were $1,000 less. I had made an amendment previous to this that suggested everybody get what they want because we have $4.5 million sitting in the rainy day fund. What are your priorities and how do we address those critical issues? I'm baffled by all of this.
Madam Chair, might I address the rainy day fund?
Yes, of course.
Might,
Again, keep in mind compromise.
And I want to make sure.
certainly.
I want to
I'm
make
just,
sure.
this is
Excuse
all
me,
informational.
Excuse me, ma'am, are you done?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am done.
Very good. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not the only one that gets hangry. The
Did we get a second on the grant?
rainy day fund is not a rainy day fund. It's not like we carry 90 days because in the county budget, it's an emergency fund. The money comes from the riverboat from one location, one building, one labor, one place. It's not beyond the reasonable thought that something could happen to that, whether it be something natural like a storm or a fire that would interrupt the flow of that money for possibly an entire year, maybe more, before they put it back online. The purpose of having the rainy day fund, which is more like a bridge fund, in my point of vision, is that it is there. Let's say the boat sank or something. Something happened that would happen to it. And your point when you brought it up earlier was, well, it's been there for years, so it's going to be there for years. Well, I've been here for years, but I still have life insurance. So this is that nobody else is going to carry this stuff. I think that it's important to not dip into that. And that's a whole nother question because we're just talking about minor things so far. If you want to get into like this other stuff, we better just move this ahead and we'll have another meeting tomorrow because this is going to get very, very complicated. If in the spirit of compromise, I suggest get what you can. And just as I am trying to do and be as informative as possible. So that's my point, is that the rainy day fund is more of a bridge fund and it's very important because it's a very specific item. It's not like the whole county shut down or we're not getting sales tax from the state or something like that. It's a very fragile economic source. So there you go.
All right. Is there Strathman and then Mr. Surges? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
This is specifically about now the grant manager, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yes,
All right.
Trying to call my thoughts here. Oftentimes when we take a vote and we consider, and even when we're considering what funds that we're going to allot in the Riverboat Fund, we think about matching grants. For anybody who is ever been involved in a grant writing process, it is no small thing. It is very, very complicated. It requires a lot of very specific information, and it can produce money and programs for the county. I think that we are being short-sighted if we say that we should not fund this grant management out of the Riverboat Fund. And I also would like to say, as a member of the Riverboat Fund, for people who are sitting here, we do a lot of work. We have a lot of phone calls. We do a lot of individual work. These are not frivolous decisions that we make. We put a lot of work into this. There's a criteria. I think nobody who is on the Riverboat, I think only one person is new this year. The rest of us have been on it for at least 5 years. And it is a very complex process. And I would like to ask the board, as they're considering these votes, to consider the work that your committee has already put into this program.
Okay, Mr. Surtis, you had your hand up.
Madam Chair, I lower my hand.
I'm sorry, you are over your head.
I lower my hand.
You're lowering your hand.
My comment is not specific to this one item. It's more a piggyback on Ms. Gums. I do believe that we gave instructions to some people that followed our instructions. And now I think we're pulling the rug out from under them. You know, in all honesty, I think you guys are moving the goalposts. I don't know what's fair or not fair. You know, we just took a vote on something that, you know, I thought there was some pretty clear direction on, and now there's not, and it seems a little circular to me right now, but that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
When this says grant management, does that mean somebody who writes the grants and is working for Kathy? Or does this mean the person who is managing the Riverboat Fund grants? Because,
It's Kathy's department.
hold on, I only want one answer and it's from that guy. You.
Good afternoon. So when this position was originally discussed and its value brought to you as a board to create this position, it was a number of us executive directors working with Madam Chairman saying that it would be great value for us to continue to supplement the revenues that the county board receives generally with grant funds. And until this position was created, we've all been working separately, coordinating when we can, but separately with staff to write grants, and we've been successful. But we also felt that we could be even more successful if we had a single grant writing expert coordinating our efforts and leading that charge, as well as researching grants. All these things take time. So when that was proposed to the county board and this position was established, there was the question of where would this position live? And we talked about it, what the pros and cons of being in various departments might be. And we settled on finance, and Kathy Hopkinson agreed because it is essentially providing a financial benefit to all of our departments. And we felt it'd be a good neutral position for that grant writing position. In terms of your question of their involvement in grant management of the fund, that's something that Kathy and I have been discussing. As you know, my department is reorganizing in flux. Chris Dahl, who's not here today, has been serving the Riverboat Committee for this aspect for quite some time.
Is he part of this? Who's it, Mall, Mr. Mall?
I'm sorry, what?
Grant.
Right now, we're talking,
grant
okay.
writer.
So no, this specific position is Paul Kofer, the grant writing
Okay, I have
position.
another follow-up question. How much,
The floor, ma'am.
I still have the floor. Okay, thank you. Do we know, this is a hard question, but do we have a guess of the average yearly amount of grant money that a good grant writer can bring in for us? Well, or how much has Paul brought in? Or on average, I mean, you can't say one year to the next.
I'll
but
let
my
Kathy-
point is, if we take away this $101,000, could we be throwing away millions in grant money that he can bring in?
Answer is yes.
That's a tough
Just say
question to
yes,
answer
Mark.
because if we don't apply for grants from the get-go, we're not going to receive grants. And some of these grants take time to develop, to write, actually receive the grant and then realize those funds. So it is a long-term, more than 2 or 3 year track record to be able to see what that actual benefit is. But myself and other directors felt strong enough to advise the board to create this position in the first place. Thank you.
Are you?
I'll just give one example. Paul's worked on probably 15 large grants since he's been here, and a lot of it involves researching and working with the departments to determine whether the county is eligible. He just finished working with the development office to determine if the county was eligible for this one grant. We're not going to be eligible this year. We're probably going to be eligible next year. But here's one example: workforce development. When all the changes were going on in workforce development this past spring, Paul jumped in, not only at the last minute, wrote a grant application for money that we needed to get by June 30th of 2025. So this is probably March. He single-handedly wrote the grant, worked with the people at the state and county board members to modify the grant application. We were awarded the grant, and in all the haste, because we had to spend the money by June 30th and the staff was changing at workforce development, he actually almost ran the grant to make sure that all the money.
How much was the grant?
That was the apprenticeship,
It was the kiosks.
it was about 125,000, I think 150,000. He's got a recycling grant. So he's worked with JPS. He's gotten a grant for OEM, animal control. He's worked with numerous departments.
I see you, sir. Thank you. You still have the floor?
I yield the floor.
All right, very good. Next, this
Hi.
is your second time.
Thank you. Michelle Gums here. I think to the point of a return on investment here, your grants are only as good as who you get the money from. So we can grant it up all day long. I think that question as to how much money we've gotten back is a tricky and loaded question, because we should be writing grants. I think this is a great position, but that doesn't guarantee we're going to get the money from the state or the federal government. But I believe that the return on investment is actually there. So keep that in mind when you're asking that question. How much money have we gotten? It's really relevant to another governing body.
Can I call the question and get a second?
Oh, no, we have
Yeah.
a hand. Mr. Linder has been patiently waving at me.
Yeah, I'll take my second slice at this. My thinking in this, and Kathy has cleared up some stuff for me, and that makes me a little more comfortable. But my thinking in this, we have guidelines that say this is not for recurring salary stuff. If you look just at the state's attorney's 4 or 5 items there, you've got almost $3 million worth of salaries. I added in my head, maybe it's a little more, a little less. And I didn't feel like this was a good time to cut that. And we need to stop putting salary stuff in here. It's not what the fund is for. We need to stop. Now, I'm willing to grant that I think we've gotten some good answers from Kathy. I'm still going to vote to take it out, but I think I'll lose, and that's fine. I'm not going to be heartbroken.
Well, good. That's good to hear. We don't mean to break anybody's heart here. Was there a last comment? I think we've talked about this one enough.
Thank you so much, because it has been the hardest meeting for me. The riverboat, it's been really hard for me to understand. I thought that we had it all resolved, to be honest. I was really happy that everything was giving, the portions were giving, until today that, it's not here, and then just to finish and wrap up really happily, yes means no and no means yes, right? So I think that my learning experience this year is to go ahead and, I don't know if Mr. Kayas as the leader on that committee, if we can go ahead and do it earlier, so that way everybody knows what are they expecting and what was our resolution, instead of waiting until like the last minute and then finding out all this stuff and then, making like, yes, no, I don't want to, when I don't think this is the right way that we should be delivering to our constituents.
Okay,
I agree 100%.
thank you for that. Just was a comment that was just made to me. I would hope, and I'm not just restating what was just told me, that there's budgeting and then there's funding, and grant funds the board budgets. So every time we look at a budget, we talked about my budget, we're talking about now finances budget, looking at, well, strategic plan, ad hoc committee budget. Those budgets are separate from a grant fund, which is temporary in nature and not permanent. You do not hire a permanent employee out of a grant fund, because when that grant, like the health department, when those funds dry up, if there's no new money, that position dries up. Many of these are temporary in nature. So they met the criteria of a grant, not a permanent budget. So, but there is a question, I believe, to call the vote on this
Madam Chair.
particular item. Who was this? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I don't think I conveyed myself very well. What I want to make sure people understand on this is it's very similar to the votes you just took. Just because you're not, if you would remove the money from this, doesn't mean it's can't be put on a budget later. That's what I mean by there's a difference between funding and budgeting here. So please understand, the only thing you are deciding isn't whether or not this person or this position continues. It's only where the money comes from. So please understand the difference between budgeting and putting a line item for a salary versus the funding for that salary.
Or a program. Or a program.
I am placing a Jimmy John's order. Does anybody want anything now?
Vote and get the hell out of here.
I will
Text
home
you.
too. All right. All right.
Mr. Gripe had his
For
hand up.
dinner?
I believe we would like to call the question. Do you have anything to add to this? That's no.
do, but go
Okay.
ahead.
All right, call the roll. So again, once again, a yes vote is to remove this grant management fund from the Riverboat Fund. A no vote is to keep it exactly where it's at. Okay, call the roll, please.
Ellen,
No.
Bates,
It's no.
Doherty,
Or yes.
Garcia,
Cristiano.
Gripe,
Right, yes.
Hums,
No.
Juby,
To be present.
Caius,
This is
This is.
no to remove it, not removing it.
Yes.
Leonard.
No.
No.
yes.
Leonard, no.
Okay, thank you. Linder,
I do, yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Genesis,
Genesis, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Strathman, Surgis, Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Happy no.
Williams,
Williams, no.
Young.
Yes.
No, that fails.
All right, so that grant management position remains funded via Riverboat.
Good. Then I would call the question for the full thing.
I
I
thought
have
we were going
another.
line by line.
We're going line by
There,
line.
no, I'm
Have
not
a-
going line by line. If somebody has something, let's
I
hear
have
about it.
another amendment.
I'm not going line by line.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir.
And to make it easy, I'm jumping to the.
One
la-
the a time.
I'm jumping to the
Roth,
last one.
The
So
recycling
that's the
program.
recycling program. Well, I agree with the recycling program. They're asking for a 67% increase. And I think that's a little excessive in this environment. So I'm asking either, like we did with the state's attorney, we're going to give you the same as last year. And I would.
What's your motion?
My motion is to give the same amount as they received in the 25 budget, which is $96,800.
Well, second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
That
Mr.
was
Young?
Young. Second,
96,800.
almost nothing.
All right.
Can we get Jody up here to explain this? Jody, are you there?
Oh, can you?
Like everyone else.
Jimmy John order.
Mark?
I'm not sure if Jody's available to come up, but I do understand from their application, this is similar to other departments where the ask was to reduce the burden on the general fund. So
Here we go.
So that increase represents a reduction in their current staffing salary level from the general fund by increasing the use of the riverboat funds, which are the original intent to fund county programs that meet the 3 E's, of which recycling has traditionally been one of those.
Okay, very good. We have further staff up here. Do you want to come up and say anything? Sorry?
I just explained it.
Okay, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So that's my understanding of the increase.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sanchez here. I just think if we are telling these departments to make cuts, go to the riverboat, they get approved by the riverboat, and it's programmatic, staffing costs. I don't see why we would now take it away from riverboat. So I'm just in favor of not approving this and then moving on with the whole thing and voting it.
Okay, so, yes, sir.
And
Mr.
I would
Dias?
remind the motioner that this is a big E, environment.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Yes, sir.
Yes, I would agree with Mr. Sanchez on this. I don't think we need to remove it. We've removed enough now that we have put additional burden on the general fund. So I'm going to be voting no, not to remove it.
Okay, Ms. Gums?
Gums here, I would like to make a motion to grant.
We have an
Point of
amendment.
order. Motion's on the floor.
Oh,
An
sorry,
amendment.
for the amendment.
Oh, yes,
To
where
remove
now
it?
we have the recycling. We're speaking about the recycling program, so you can just hold that thought for a minute. Anybody else want to comment about recycling? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll probably vote no too, but it's the advisor in me just says, we said, lower your numbers, which many of them did, pushing it over into riverboat. And isn't that great as long as the riverboat's still the riverboat and everything's going fine there? But I wouldn't want my job salary depending upon something that isn't tax-based, right? I would freak out saying, are you going to get paid this year? I don't know. Let's see how the gamblers do, at the riverboat. So it's probably dependable, but we just need to watch. In the future, this could come back and bite us.
Okay, thank you. No other comment? Okay, so call the roll, please. Yes is to remove, no is to remain intact.
Okay, point of order, wasn't it to reduce the?
Oh, okay, we had amendment to reduce it by how much? Thank you.
It was to
Here.
reduce to 96,800.
So it's a reduction of $64,600.
What's the total
counting?
amount to fund?
64,600.
Would make the total fund 96,800
Same as 25.
funded in 25.
Okay, so the motion is to reduce it to 25 levels.
Yes.
Okay. Ellen?
Alan, no.
Bates?
Bates, no.
Doherty?
Yes.
Garcia?
Garcia, no.
Ripe?
Right? No.
Gums?
Gums, no.
Juby?
To be present.
Caius?
Bias, no.
Leonard?
Leonard, no.
Linder?
Linda, no.
Molina?
Molina, no.
Genesis?
Genesis, no.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez, Strathman. No. Surges, Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Deputy, no.
Williams, and Young.
Yes.
Passes.
No, it fails. It
Fails.
It fails.
Sorry.
Removed.
All right, Ms. Gums?
Madam Chair, Gums, I'd like to make an amendment.
Oh, crap.
I would like to amend the total package that we'll be voting on to include drug prosecution, victim services, domestic violence, child advocacy, and now the energy and management. Those are the only ones left that I can make this amendment on to grant them
Original request.
their original requests in full.
Where's the energy?
That was the recycling program, Michelle. We just. passed
Oh,
it.
sorry. That's what I meant. You know what I meant.
Stay the same.
Yeah, it has remained the same, the last item.
The other ones, yeah, they're gonna remain.
And when you say the original request,
Oh, okay.
no, that.
No,
remains intact.
1,137.
When you mentioned the original drug prosecution victim coordinator services, domestic violence and child advocacy center, all notable projects, are you looking at 48,000 increase 235? What are we looking at? What's the number?
So I'm looking at, the state's attorney request was what? If these numbers are right, 726, 751, and they got
246.
246, 976.
Yes.
My motion, that's just an example. So my motion includes all of these things. And then going down to victim services, they asked for 345, 941, and they got 254, 583. Oops, sorry. Then domestic violence is requested 351, 889, and they got 164, 831. Child advocacy, they asked 1443453, and they got 1064481. So my amendment is that they get what they asked for.
Okay, does everybody, yes.
And just so we're
Yeah.
clear, the ask versus the what they received also includes what their current balance funding is. So the numbers aren't exact.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you look at the end of year 25 or end of fiscal year 25 balances, you can see on those four, some are lower, some are higher. So when they asked it for 726, but they received 246, for example, that $51,000 was a credit towards that number. So they're giving 246 plus the 51.
$1,000,000.
So just so we're clear, but the ask on the amendment would be to give them the full funding with accounting for the balances.
Okay, is there a second? We have a motion. Does everyone understand what has just been asked?
Not really.
A second?
You're not going to say.
No, I'm gonna say,
I need a further clarification. If I can ask Mr. Frank. So what they're really asking is 1,510,948. They're we're carrying over the balance of the 246,976 plus an additional 726,751 to give 1,510,948.
So I'll defer to Mr. Caius if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is for drug prosecution, let's just talk about that one. You have a starting balance of $51,000. The request was for 726. So to properly fund that as requested, you would need around 675,000 and all that was given was 246.
Oh, okay. So that number isn't on his spreadsheet at all.
Correct, which is why
Okay.
I'm making
And
sure
that's-
everyone
And
understands.
that's why I was asking for a clarification.
Yep.
Could we calculate those real quick, Mr. Caius, on your spreadsheet?
I can't do it. No.
I would imagine Mr. Hunt would be able to help out with this.
Do we,
who is
do
on
we
the
have a
call.
second on this?
Oh, yeah,
we
I'm
don't.
sorry.
No, we don't.
Hold on a
On this?
second. Excuse me. We
I'll
have
make the
lots of comments all going on.
I'll make the second, just to clear that.
Have the second
the
for that.
first?
Thank
Oh,
you.
well.
Thank you for that. Ms. Gums' motion, got a second. And now I recognize you, Ms. Mosser, State's Attorney, please.
Yeah.
Yes, I would imagine Mr. Hunt would be able to clarify the numbers as he is very well aware of what we asked for and what we received. So if he is still on, I would defer to him to be able to describe what it is that we're asking for.
Okay, Mr. Hunt, you have the floor.
Can we get somebody to do the Excel spreadsheet?
Mr. Hunt is
Hunt
going to be
will do
doing
it.
the floor or he's going to do, he's doing something.
He does carpet or tile.
All right, here we go. Mr. Hunt, please let us know how much this is going to increase the total funding request from the riverboat funds.
The total requested originally in new riverboat funds for the four funds that Ms. Gums mentioned, 221, 222, 223, and 230. Total request new money is $2,868,034. The recommendation put forth by the Riverboat Committee and then passed at the Executive Committee recently was a total for those same four funds of $1,730,871 for a difference of $1,137,163.
Okay, so it's about 1,400 or $1.4 million rounding up approximately.
$1,137,163. I may have not spoken clearly.
Okay.
1.137 million.
Very good, thank you.
I can help with math.
So we're asking now, excuse me, gentlemen, just for clarification for everybody. We're asking for an increase in the existing budget of $1,137,000 approximately, but you've also have just reduced it by the amount of $165,000. So
That's not technically how
that's
this
separate.
works.
That's
Yeah.
separate. So, but we have to look at.
And the state's attorney.
No, I understand who it is, but I'm talking about the total package for the entire grant allocation.
The entire package for the SAO portion is, when you talk about new money, which is like the middle column in either the recommendations or the request, that's irrespective of the projected unobligated fund balances that we, in fact, those are actually moved considerably since this was put together back in April, I think. So those aren't even current. But no, the net difference is the 1.137163. And that would be to fund everything as was put forward in the original budget submission by the state's attorney's office.
All right, yes, Mr.
Could you answer, Mr. Hunt, does this go to reoccurring salaries? Continuing?
Yes.
Salaries?
So, well, the short answer is yes.
Take the short answer.
Okay. It also includes some component of fringe costs, which are borne in the individual. So we've got, the typical payroll costs and IMRF and the health and dental insurance as well. So when you say salary, I don't know, just want to make the distinction between salary and overall personnel compensation there.
Yes.
Yes, I'd just like to point out to everybody, what the Riverboat Committee agreed upon was to give the state's attorney the exact amount they got in 2025. What the state's attorney requested was an increase of $1,137,163, which is a 40% increase from last year.
Madam Chair, Gums.
I'm sorry.
The reason I think that we can point that out as a huge ask is because we told them to ask. So, I mean, I get it, but we said find money somewhere else. So that's what they're trying to do.
Look at
I want to be respectful of the process here. So both Ms. Gums and Mr. Leonard are partially correct. The state's attorney's office and whether or not they fit the exact criteria going back to the things that Mr. Caius brought forward, is a decision for the board to make. But historically, these are funds that have been supported by the riverboat. How each of these work, and the Child Advocacy Center in particular, the total expenses for the fund have to be the same as the total revenues for the fund. Those are self-balancing special revenue funds. The Child Advocacy Center generates external grants. It generates about $450,000 or $500,000 a year in fees that they charge, and a little bit of interest. And what happens is then the difference between what external sources of revenue are generated and the operational expenses, that's what becomes our riverboat ask. The reason why it is increased from FY25 is last year we were directed by the Riverboat Committee to use an increasing portion of our existing fund balance. And so what happens, it's the existing fund balance plus the new riverboat money ask is how we balance that account. As we ask for more money and you deplete the existing funds, there are fewer dollars in that budget. So the increase on the riverboat basically is a very similar number, but the split between how you take it out of existing funds and it coming from new riverboat grants is why it appears to be such a significant increase.
Call the vote.
Oh, hold on.
Vote.
No.
It did,
No.
it did drop.
All right.
Jamie did have her hand up.
Yeah, Jamie, yes, please. Ms. Mosser, I recognize you, please.
Thank you very much. Just to kind of piggyback off of what Mr. Hunt just said and what Ms. Garcia said earlier, again, we were advised to do this to take away from the general fund. I cannot stress enough that these things have to happen because we cannot stop prosecuting domestic violence, Child Advocacy Center, which is sex assault cases against children, drug cases, and helping our victims. Now, to Ms. Garcia's point, had this been done months ago when we knew this, I would have had to have still included it in my budget, and we may be in a different position than what we are now, because this was not taken into consideration before. So I would strongly ask that people support this amendment that has been made so that we can continue to focus on this, understanding that I continue to try to get grants to fund my office whenever possible. Thank you.
We know you do, Jamie. We know you do. You do a good job. All right. Let's call the vote on this one.
I need clarification on what the vote is.
It is to increase the riverboat funding by an additional $1,137,000.
Vivi.
$1,137,163.
106. Thank you for the exact amount.
Vivi.
Minus the 165.
Got an open mic, Jamie.
Oh, sorry, I'm feeding my child.
You know what?
Okay.
160.
What was the exact number, please?
972,163.
And because the numbers have been moving, can we just all agree that this will be a temporary number to account for the full ask? So if the numbers have changed, it's not an exact number.
Yes.
It's to approximately $1 million, give or take.
What I'm saying is these are moving numbers.
Yes.
So even an approximate number doesn't fix the issue. So you all need to essentially on this vote on the ask, which is to fully fund what was asked. But you can say the number in addition.
Well, what does that do for Chris and the riverboat funding? Is that okay with you that this is a, you know, what?
It's up to the board. What this will do is take the $1 million out of the reserve account. I'm just pointing out, and that's all what I'm looking for is direction from the board. We decided in the committee that it was important to keep that balance. And that's why I was anxious not to have it go back to committee without the board giving us some input on where we want to go, because this has gotten out of whack. I'm reminding you that this is our continuing salaries, which are not in the original documents say, don't do that. They say, use it for capital, and we haven't done that. So over a period of years, it has, now that we're in a budget crunch, that's something the board needs to decide if they want to take it out of the reserves. And all I'm doing is just being the voice of conscience about, okay, be aware, it's not as simple as Ms. Gum said. First off, well, it's going to be there. It may not be there. And I'm as torn as everybody else on this too, because this is stuff I have supported. Find a vote I voted against on this, other than this one, ever. I think they're great programs.
And I,
Call the vote.
yes, I am going to call the vote right now. I do want to remind you that that reserve fund is a temporary depleting fund then. All right, I just want to put that to your attention. You pass
that what I
this,
said?
which is fine for next year. It's a
Less.
depleting fund.
It's gonna be less, yeah.
It's going to be less.
It's going to be less.
Okay, call the vote, please.
Jared is online for work purposes, so he would like to vote online.
Oh, Jared. Okay,
Oh.
yeah, he moved.
Do we have to approve that?
Yeah.
I approve.
Yes, we have to, where is he online?
He's on chat.
It's digital, but
Oh,
I'm in the
there, oh,
ether.
there you are. There you are, Jared. I didn't see you. You weren't coming up. There you are. Okay.
I have no objection.
Yes, no objections?
No
Okay,
objection.
okay, Jared, you can fully vote. All right, call the roll, please, on this.
Okay.
So can we just clarify?
Yes,
Yeah, we
increases. $1
need a
million.
clarification. You're going to adjust your reserve fund to accommodate the needs of the state's attorney,
$5 million.
By $1 million, yeah.
approximately,
Más o menos.
And it'll come out of the
reserve fund.
reserve fund. Art, now, does that, okay, it comes out of reserve fund, but we're still funding I'm sorry, we're still funding the externals at 800,000.
Should have got that.
Is that correct?
Yes.
The externals are.
Let's call the vote.
Okay, call the vote. Everybody understand? This is just on this. Let's not talk about external.
Yes. I am not comfortable because I am not. I am really confused. Are we still doing the external? Are we just only the internal?
This is
And then
internal.
we're adding another million to that.
That's what.
To internal.
To the pink lines, the pink
Yes.
lines.
And
we're
then
gonna
how
add up.
much is going to be a reserve, Mr. Caius?
Million less.
Nothing less than is now.
How much is the
Whatever less than that.
Roughly 3.7
3
instead of 4.5.
Well, it's 4.5 million right now.
So
Yeah,
deduct,
We're also
Be-
gonna fund
3.5.
externals.
It'll be about $3.5 million then.
That is an approximation.
Yeah.
It does say unobligated funds approximately. It's down in the bottom line there.
And their ask was 40% more than last.
40%.
40%.
We've had a lot of conversation about that. All right.
So we're
You ready?
helping her.
Well,
Are you, Ms.
Thank
Garcia, are you?
you. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, are
Got
you
it.
fine?
Thanks.
All right. This is for additional funds for the state's attorneys for programs. Okay, here we go.
Ellen,
Alan, no.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Doherty,
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, say slower.
Dory's a go.
Thank you. Garcia,
Garcia, no.
Ripe,
Right, no.
Gums,
guns, yes.
Juby,
Juby, aye.
Caius,
Guys, no.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis, I'm sorry, never mind, Linder,
No.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman.
No.
Surgis. Tarver,
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
okay. Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams.
No.
And Young.
Yes.
All right, well, looks like it fails.
It fails. Anybody else have an amendment?
No, but we need to vote now on the final.
Oh, hold on a second, sir. We've got to make
Okay.
sure that no one has an amendment to this. Yes, Ms. Molina.
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer an amendment that I just thought of now. The 165,000 that we've saved from eliminating funding for the 3 programs, I'd like to allocate to the state's attorney's domestic violence program.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Good call.
All right, we have a motion and a second to allocate $165,000 in addition to the state's attorney program. We have, and Mr. Gripe, you have a
Thank-
comment on that?
Not a comment, actually. I would offer a friendly amendment for consideration that we take the same amount of money and spread it evenly across all 4 of those programs.
Doesn't matter.
So it's $40,000.
She can spend it.
Let's just.
Got
let
internal
them
control.
decide.
He spends.
We don't.
Yeah.
It's nasty.
I'm fine. She has internal control at that point, so.
Yeah, right. Anyway.
It's a motion at table, motion to move $165,000 to the state's attorney. If there's no other comments about this, I believe let's call the roll on that one.
Okay, and that was by Lena Williams. Okay, Ellen?
Abstain.
Abstain, okay. Bates?
Bates, yes.
Doherty?
Already know.
Garcia?
Yes.
Gripe?
Right, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Juby?
Juby, aye.
Caius?
Yes, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Genesis?
Genesis, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Surgis? Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Tepe?
Tepe, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
And Young?
Yes.
That passes.
Passes with 1 no. All righty. Okay, I'm looking to my left. Now to my right. All right, Mr. Caius, back to you.
I would then ask that we vote on the amended resolution.
Okay, and second by Mr. Tarver.
I guess, yeah, I think it's already.
Okay,
up,
as
so we
amended.
Call the
as
vote on
amended.
that, yeah.
So I believe we
Well-
have to first vote on the amended before we can pass the
No,
whole thing.
No, it's
No,
amended
we're
already.
already good to go.
Amendments.
Yeah, you are already amended. All you need to do is call the roll on the entire as amended
Thank God.
resolution.
What it is later.
Yeah, but we're gonna have dinner.
Oh, it's advanced.
Okay, we are number, long way to go yet, folks.
5 minutes.
We are
376 as amended,
as amended.
right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, as amended.
One eye.
Bates,
As amended.
As amended.
everything as amended, okay. Doherty,
Already yes.
right. Garcia,
Yes.
Gripe,
Right, yes.
Gums.
Present.
Okay, Juby,
Juby, aye.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes, yes.
yes. Williams
Yes.
and Young
Yes.
passes.
All righty. Okay, so Riverboat Fund has been passed as amended. All right, we only have 100 more to go.
The
It's
numbers
not
are
over
pretty
yet.
Much the same as 165. We took away, we gave back to state's attorney.
Oh, you got
We
it.
need-
Oh, man, all right, now. Caius, for all of that, that hard work that you did on that. All right, do I have a motion, a second to discuss and possibly approve? Item number 25-377. Motion, please.
Alan moves.
Thank you.
Second.
Mr. Linder, thank you. All right, and any discussion on this item? There is absolutely no discussion on any of this?
No.
Oh,
What is that we're gonna do?
it was a firm no. This one.
Yeah, this is fine. There's no
All right, I
argument.
hear no other comments? No. All right. Remember what just happened, what we just talked about?
Yes.
All righty, there's going to be some impact on potentially on this as we bring forward, but you're just,
No, this is just to
Yes.
publish it.
this is publishing.
Run the meetings. Nothing more. Call the roll.
Just for publishing. All right, call the roll,
Oh,
please.
please.
Oh, yeah, please.
Ellen, I.
Okay, Bates,
Bates, yes.
Doherty,
yes.
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Guns, yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez,
No, he left. You had to go.
I'm sorry.
What?
He had to go.
He left
Oh,
online.
okay,
Building.
thanks. Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis, Carver, Tepe,
Tempe, yes.
Williams, Young.
Yes.
All right, that passes.
Unanimous vote.
All righty.
Mr. Leonard.
By Mr. Leonard. All right, motion is second to discuss and possibly pass item number 25-378.
Guns will move.
Thank you.
I believe that.
Do I have a second?
Bates, second.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. Discussion?
Everybody's worn out.
Being no discussion, clerk call the roll.
Okay, this is 378. Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Guns, yes.
Oh.
Juby,
It's back in the building.
Yes.
Leonard is gone. Oh, no, there you are. Leonard,
Yes.
thank you.
Heck.
Linder,
Molina votes present.
Melina votes present. Okay.
Power supply.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis, Carver, Deppie,
Tempe, yes.
Williams, Young.
Yes.
That passes.
All right, do we still have, we have still a quorum in the room? Yes, we do. All righty. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly pass item number 379?
Roth will make the motion.
Genesis, second.
Can we have our public defender come up and just introduce this one? Because
Absolutely. She's been waiting for us.
Good
Go
afternoon.
Tuesday.
Good afternoon, almost good evening.
Go Tuesday.
This is just, it is.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
I thought it was on. This is a contract for justice techs. We currently have Axon where we get our discovery from the state's attorney's office. Justice Tech is going to allow us to use that discovery a little bit more efficiently and effectively. It will help us to make videos quicker for court. We will have unlimited transcripts, so we get hundreds and hundreds of body worn cameras. We will now get transcripts that go along with them, which will help us. We won't need to watch ones that because we will have the transcripts. So it really will be a benefit in us being able to more effectively move our cases. I do want to point out before discussion begins, I am not asking for money. This is money I already have. It is in my special fund. So I am not asking for you to pay for this.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
I get it.
Yes.
Is there any possibility of grant funding to fund? this?
Potentially at some point, possibly. This is money that I received from the state of Illinois, though.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not county money.
Okay.
Was this moved? I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. I see motion and a second has been made. We've had presentation with no further questions. Call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, aye.
Bates. Ms. Bates,
What's the question?
For the additional.
resolution
Yes or no?
379.
Aye.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. Doherty,
Yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Right, yes.
Yes.
B,
Aye.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard. Oh, he's gone.
It's gone.
Okay.
Gone.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Hennessy, yes.
Roth.
Yes.
Strathman,
Strassman, yes.
thank you.
You woke me up.
Surges. Okay,
Carver, yes.
Tappy,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
It passes.
Okay, passes. May I have a motion, a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 25-380?
Gums moves.
Gripe seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Gripe. Discussion on this.
Question.
Yes,
Could you, could you please tell us a little bit about how this process will work?
I will turn that over to our John Frank, although I do know, but I'll let him speak.
So now that the vacancy will be declared at the end of this resolution, that will begin the process. You'll have a set number of days for an appointment to be made and recommended to the board by the chairwoman. However, that process goes about is up to the chairwoman. In the past, it's been a committee. So that can be done the same way it's been done in the past. Interviews can be conducted, but that's at the discretion of the chairwoman. And then the recommendation will be made for consent of the county board through a resolution.
Follow up, please.
However, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to your point, Mr. Frank, then is that the process that we're going to follow, that there's going to be a subcommittee that's going to be working on that process with any candidates that are interested in that position?
It could be that it's.
Well, I'm
it's-
asking for clarification. I want to know about the process.
Yeah, that's not for me to answer. That would be for Madam Chair.
It was directed towards her.
I am not ready to address that yet because we have to approve it first. So once that happens, we can discuss that. I can tell you that the position has to be seated by December 1st. We have done all the legal protocols so far. Both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party have been notified of the existing position. Soon as this gets approved, we will put out a call for applicants. So that'll go into the newspapers, public knowledge. Those applicants' resumes will be sent forward to me and then for review. And we'll see how the applicant pool is. Certainly the Democrat, it has to be a Democrat because Mr. Berman was a Democrat, so it has to be a Democrat who is seated. And we'll have to, I've worked collaboratively. I've traditionally worked that way, but there may be an expedited manner on this depending upon the application. So let's get through that. I will certainly make sure that the board is aware of what is happening.
If I may, I just want to ask the board, then I would welcome an opportunity, if there is a committee designed, I would welcome an opportunity to serve on that.
Oh, great. Very good. Very good. Duly noted, duly noted. Yes, sir.
I know, Mr. Berman's.
Microphone, microphone, Mike.
I know, I don't know why this is suddenly not close to me. I know that Mr. Berman's committee assignments just float, you'll reappoint or whatever. What about his seat on the Liquor Commission? Does that have to be, does whoever you appoint go there?
Yes, yes, that's correct. That is correct. It gets folded in until December. And then in December, we can make choices at that point, if so chosen. But that has been the traditionally, I'm not saying we've usually put the assignments up for 2 years. If you would like, we can move them around if you feel that there's somebody else who's just very anxious to serve on that committee. There may be 2 or 3 of you. They're presented to me, and then I'll make that appointment. So if someone else would like to serve on the Liquor Commission, because there is going to be an opening as soon as we get these things passed, then please let me know. Okay, yes.
Another
then Mr.
clarification. With this one, and it says in the resolution, I just want to confirm, we will have to have a special election next year then. Am I reading that correctly on the bottom there of page 817?
That is correct.
That is correct. So
Wanted to state it publicly, so it's for the record.
thing is, so thank you for that. I made sure that that was included. So you are aware this position will remain intact until November of next year during the next election. That person will be seated. It is up to that individual to choose whether or not they would like to run for the remaining part of that of the position, which would end in 26, 7, 27, 6,
26.
8. That's right, 28. So they would have to pass petitions rapidly if they accept it, if they so chose to do it for the full term. But their name will be on the primary ballot and then, of course, into the general. So there can be multiple people running for this position if they so choose. And it's up to the electorate then to decide who they would like to have continued. But the appointment that you are about potentially to make
Yes.
will be for starting on December 1st, give or take, all the way through to November 30th.
30th of 26.
Okay, everybody understand? So whoever's going to do it up and running quickly. Yes, Mr. Young.
Young, so I think it's in our statutes that the chairman makes that decision solely and can make that decision solely on who to place in that position. That's correct, right?
I do have that authority, yes.
Okay.
I thought it was with consent.
Yeah, it's her appointment is her sole discretion, but the person will not be put into the position until the county board gives advice and consent.
Okay.
Which is why the collaboration is so critically important to have.
Right.
And to make sure, if it was a Republican, to make sure that I would have consensus from the
Okay.
Republican Party.
Okay.
As a Democrat, I would have to get consensus from the Democratic Party as well.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on this?
Nope.
Call the roll, please.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Yes.
Berman, sorry. Doherty.
Oh, I love that. I love that that was an accident.
Mr. Berman in absentia says yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Comes, yes.
Juby,
I.
Caius,
Yes.
Lewis, I'm sorry, she's not here. Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Strathman, Surgis, Tarver,
Yes.
Tepe,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young. That passes.
All right, so Julie Mann will be during the late hour today, that press announcement will be going out probably tomorrow. Okay, so you are aware, do look for it, and please pass it widely. So we have good candidates. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly pass item number 25-1259?
Great moves.
Roth was second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this appointment for SSA Advisory Board? Call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, aye.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Comes, yes.
Juby,
I.
Caius,
Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Strathman, Surgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Yes.
Williams, Young.
Yes.
That passes.
Very good. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and potentially pass item number 25-1260?
Molina
Genesis
will
moves.
move.
Genesis moves.
Right,
and
second.
Molina.
Molina, thank you, Ms. Molina, seconds. Discussion? Kane, all right, clerk, call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, aye.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Comes, yes.
Juby,
I.
Caius,
Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Lena, yes.
Hennessis,
Yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Rathman,
Yes.
Surges, Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Young.
Very good. May I have a motion, a second, to discuss and possibly pass item number 25-1261?
Williams moves.
Thank you, sir. Second. Bates, thank you very much. Discussion, zoning board of appeals. Yes, ma'am.
Just have a question. What does an alternate member do? Are they required to be at all the meetings or just when someone can't be there or what?
Yes, an alternate member is needed when we don't have enough for a quorum. So we have allowed them, sometimes they show up because sometimes someone might not show up due to an emergency. So, but they would only participate if they were needed that night.
Ask a follow-up. So
Absolutely.
do they have to be at every meeting then?
No, they do not. But if we have
Oh,
a
so,
quorum,
okay, got it. Then they're like on call.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
So they, the two.
Questions? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Juby,
All right, Juby, I.
Caius,
Guys, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Melina,
Lena, yes.
Hennessis,
Yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Strathman, Surges, Tarver, Tepe,
yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, that concludes that part. We're on to the next one. New and unfinished business. None. Committee updates. Fried heads here. Okay, nothing. All righty.
Roth will make a motion to adjourn.
Thank
Williams
you.
seconds.
Thank you. All in
right.
favor?
Aye.
Okay, very good.
We